Part 3. Darshiva. Chapter 16. It was not really a boat. In point of fact, it was a river barge, and its long trailing rope gave evidence that it had broken its moorings somewhere upriver, and had drifted downstream with the current. It would serve, however. The only real drawback Geryon could see was the fact that it was lying in about 8 feet of water with its starboard bow staved in. "What do you think, Belgarath?" Belden asked. "A boat that's already been sunk once doesn't inspire much confidence," the old man said. "How would you like to try swimming? There's not even a raft for 10 miles in either direction." Dernick stood squinting down into the cloudy water of the river. "It might be all right," he said. "Dernick," Silk objected. "It's got a big hole in the front of it." "I can fix that, provided it hasn't been down there long enough to start rotting." He pulled off his rust-colored tunic and his boots. "Well," he said, "there's only one way to find out." He waded out into the river, sank beneath the surface, and swam down to the wreck. He went hand over hand down one side, stopping every few feet to dig at the wood with his knife. After what seemed an eternity, he came up for air. "Well?" Belgarath called to him. "That side seems all right," Dernick replied. "Let me check the other." He dove down again through the greenish water and went up along the other side. He came up briefly, then went back down to look over the interior of the barge. Then he inspected the gaping hole in the bow. He was breathing hard when he came back up. "It's sound," he reported, as he came dripping out of the river. "And whatever it ran into didn't damage anything major. I think I can fix it well enough to get us across the river. We'll have to unload it first, though." "Oh?" Silk's nose twitched with curiosity. "What kind of cargo was it carrying?" "Beans," Dernick replied. "Bags of 'em. Most of the bags burst when the beans swelled up, though." Silk groaned. "Maybe they belong to someone else, Geldar," Velvet said consolingly. "Are you trying to be funny?" "I'll help you, Dernick," Geryon offered, starting to pull off his plain tunic. Dernick hesitated. "Thanks all the same, Geryon, but I've seen you swim. You'd better stay on the bank. Toth and I can manage." "How do you plan to get it out of the water?" Tzadi asked. "Well, we have all these horses," Dernick shrugged. "Once we swing it around, they should be able to pull it up on the bank." "Why swing it around?" "Well, because the hole's in the bow. We want the water to drain out as we pull it up onto the beach. A whole herd of horses couldn't move it if we left it full of water." "Oh, I guess I didn't think of that." Toth laid aside his staff, pulled off the blanket he wore across one shoulder, and waded out into the river. Ariond started to remove his tunic. "Where do you think you are going, young man?" Polgara asked him. "I'm going to help unload the boat, Polgara," he replied earnestly. "I swim very well. I've had lots of practice, remember?" And then he, too, waded out into the water. "I'm not sure I caught the significance of that," Velvet admitted. Polgara sighed ruefully. "When he was a little boy, he lived with Dernick and me in the Vale. There was a river nearby, and he used to fall into it regularly." "Oh, that explains it, I guess." "All right," Belgarath said crisply. "They're going to need lumber to patch that hole. We passed a shed about a half-mile upstream. Let's go back and tear it apart." It was well after sundown by the time Dernick got the foundered barge up onto the beach. For once, nature cooperated, and there was no hailstorm that evening. They built a fire on the beach to provide light, and the smith, Toth, and Ariond got down to work. Silk walked mournfully around the barge, "It's mine, all right," he sighed. "You keep well-equipped barges, Silk," Dernick said, carefully measuring a board. "This one had everything I need right in the bow. Nails, a barrel of tar, even a fairly good saw. We'll have it afloat before morning." "I'm so glad you approve," Silk said sourly. He made a wry face. "This is unnatural," he complained. "What's the problem, Keldar?" Velvet asked him. "Usually, when I want a boat, I steal one. Using one of my own seems immoral somehow." She laughed gaily and patted his cheek. Poor dear," she said. "It must be terrible to be burdened with so delicate a conscience." "All right, ladies," Polgara said then. "Let's see to supper." While Dernick, Toth, and Ariond worked on the patch and Polgara, Tsenedra, and Velvet prepared supper, Geryon and the others fetched more lumber and began to fashion crude oars. They continued to work, even as they ate. Somehow, everything seemed right to Geryon. All of his friends were around him, and they were all busy. Although the repairing of the boat was of vital importance, the simple chores involved seemed almost mundane, and Geryon could not lose himself in the tasks at hand, with no sense of the urgency which had attended the things he had been forced to do lately. It was almost soothing. After the ladies had finished with supper, they carried canvas buckets of water from the river and heated the water with hot rocks. Then they retired behind a screen of tinting to bathe. About midnight, Geryon went down to the water's edge to dip his sore hands into the river. Tsenedra sat not far away, idly letting handfuls of sand trickle out from between her fingers. "Why don't you see if you can get some sleep, Tsenedra?" Geryon asked her. "I can stay awake as long as you can," she replied. "I'm sure you can, but why?" "Don't patronize me, Geryon. I'm not a child." "You know," he said slyly, "I have noticed that myself on any number of occasions." "Geryon," she gasped, and then she suddenly blushed. He laughed, rose to his feet, and went over and kissed her soundly. "Go get some sleep, dear," he told her. "What are you doing over there?" she asked, looking up the beach to where the others still worked. "We're making oars. If we just push that barge out into the river, the current's going to take us all the way down into Gandahar." "Oh. All right, then. Have a pleasant night." She stretched and yawned. "Why don't you get me a blanket before you go back to building oars?" It took Dernick and Toth most of the night to nail a rough, tar-smeared patch over the hole in the bow, while the others fashioned crude oars fixed on long poles. Several hours before daylight, fog began to rise in misty tendrils from the surface of the river. After Dernick had liberally applied hot tar to the inside and outside of the patch, he stepped back and critically examined his handiwork. "I think it's going to leak," Silk predicted.
"Well, all boats leak," Dernick shrugged. "We can bail the water out."
It took a great deal of effort, and some fairly exotic rigging, to get the barge back into the river again. Dernick leaped aboard and went forward with a torch to examine the patch.
"A little trickle is all," he said with some satisfaction. "It's nothing we can't keep ahead of."
The fog grew steadily thicker as they loaded their packs aboard the barge. It was spring in this part of the world, and frogs sang lustily of love in the rushes at the river's edge upstream. It was a pleasant, drowsy sound. Dernick scouted several hundred yards downstream and found a shallow bank where the current had cut away the soil. He fashioned a ramp from the remaining lumber. They towed the barge down to the cut bank and loaded the horses on board.
"Let's wait until we have a little more light," the smith suggested. "Fog's bad enough, but when you add darkness to it, it's almost impossible to see where you're going. Rowing this thing isn't going to be so enjoyable that we need to paddle around in circles just for the entertainment of it."
"Couldn't we rig a sail of some sort?" Silk asked hopefully.
"Easily," Dernick replied.
He wet one finger with his tongue and held it up.
"I'll do that just as soon as you work out a way to make the wind blow."
Silk's face fell.
"While you're doing that, I need to go talk with Zenedra."
He went back up the beach and gently shook Gerion's sleeping wife awake. "You know, sometimes he has a very warped sense of humor," Silk observed. When the first light of day began to tinge the misty eastern horizon, they pushed out into the fog and took their places at the oars.
"I don't want to seem critical, Goodman," Tzadi said to Dernick, who stood in the stern with his hands gripping the tiller. "But I've seen a lot of fog in Nyissa, and once it is fully daylight, you won't have the faintest idea of where the sun is. How do you plan to keep your course?" "Well, Zenedra's taking care of that," the smith replied, pointing toward the bow.
The Raven Queen was leaning over the port side, intently watching a floating piece of wood attached to a long cord.
"What is she doing?" Tzadi asked,
sounding a bit perplexed.
"Well, she's watching the current. We'll be quartering it, but as long as that cord stays at the same angle from the boat, we'll be right on course. I put a mark on the rail to show her what the angle ought to be." "You think of everything, don't you?" Tzadi said, continuing to pull his oar. "I try. You can usually avoid problems if you think your way completely through a job."
Zenedra raised one arm and pointed imperiously to starboard. She seemed to be taking her job very seriously. Dernick obediently moved the tiller. Once the eastern shore of the great river vanished in the fog, it seemed to Gerion that time had stopped entirely. There was no real sense of motion, though he bent his back over his oar with monotonous regularity.
"Tiresome, isn't it?" Silk said.
"Rowing always is,"
Gerion replied.
Silk looked around and then spoke quietly. "Do you notice a change in Dernick?"
"No, not really."
"What I'm getting at is that usually he is so self-effacing that you almost forget that he's around. But back there on the beach, he just sort of took charge." "He's always been like that, Silk. When we are doing something he doesn't know all that much about, he just follows along and keeps his eyes open. But when we come to something he knows about, he steps in and does what has to be done."
Gerion smiled affectionately back over his shoulder at his old friend,
and then he looked slyly at Silk. "He also learns very fast. By now he's probably at least as good a spy as you are, and he watched you very closely while you were manipulating the bean market back there in Melsina. If he ever decides to go into business, I think you and Ardblik had better start keeping a close count of your tail feathers."
Silk looked a bit worried.
"He wouldn't really do that, would he?" "He might. You never really know about Dernick, do you?" As the sun rose higher, the fog diffused its light, and the world around them became a monochrome white fog and black water, with no hint at all that they were making any progress, or, if they were, that it was in the right direction. Gerion felt a bit strange, knowing that they were entirely at Zenedra's mercy. It was only her eyes on that cord lightly lying across an angled mark on the rail that kept them on course. He loved her, but he knew that she was sometimes flighty, and her judgment was not always the best. Her insistent little gestures to port or to starboard, however, showed no sign of hesitancy or lack of certainty, and Dernick obeyed them implicitly. Gerion sighed and kept on rowing. About mid-morning, the fog began to thin, and Belden drew in his oar.
"Can you manage here without me?" he asked Belgarath. "I think we ought to know just exactly what we are running into. There's all sorts of unpleasantness going on in Darshiva, and I don't think we'll want to come ashore right in the middle of it."
"And you are getting tired of rowing, right?" the old man replied sarcastically.
"I could row all the way around the world if I wanted to," the gnarled-looking little hunchback replied, flexing his oak stump arms. "But this might be more important. Do you really want to beach this tub and find Nahaz waiting for you on the sand?"
"Do whatever you think is right."
"I always do, Belgarath, even if it makes you unhappy sometimes."
The grimy little gnome went forward toward the bow.
"Excuse me, little darling," he said to Senedra in an exaggerated brogue, "but I must be off now."
"I need you at that oar," she objected. "How can I keep the course if everybody runs away?"
"I'm sure you can manage, me little darling," he said,
patting her cheek. Then, leaving a ghostly laugh behind him, he disappeared into the fog.
"You come back here!"
she shouted after him. But he was already gone. There was the faintest touch of a breeze then. Geryon could feel it brushing across the back of his sweaty neck as he rowed. The fog eddied and swirled slightly, thinning even more. And then there were looming black shapes all around them.
"Geryon!"
Senedra exclaimed. A number of triumphant shouts came out of the rapidly dissipating fog. They were surrounded by ships that moved purposefully to block them. "Do we make a run for it?" Silk asked in a tense, hoarse whisper. Belgarath looked at the ships moving to surround them, his eyes like flint.
"Run," he said. "In this tub? Don't be ridiculous."
A boat had moved directly in front of them, and as they drifted closer, Geryon could see the oarsmen.
"Malloreon soldiers,"
he noted quietly.
"Zakath's army."
Belgarath muttered a few choice oaths.
"Let's sit tight for a bit.
They may not know who we are. Silk, see if you can talk us out of this." The little man rose and went to the bow of their barge.
"We're certainly glad to see Imperial troops in this region, Captain," he said to the officer, commanding the boat, blocking their path.
"Maybe you can put a stop to all of the insanity that has been going on around here."
"I will need your name," the officer replied.
"Oh, of course," Silk said, slapping his forehead. "How stupid of me. My name is Vetter. I work for Prince Keldar. Perhaps you have heard of him?"
"The name is familiar. Where are you going?"
"Actually, we were bound for Balassa down in the Thalessian Protectorates. Prince Keldar has interests there. That's assuming we can make our way across Darshiva. Things are in turmoil there." He paused. "I wonder, Captain, do you suppose you could spare us a few soldiers to act as an escort? I'm authorized to pay quite handsomely."
"We will see," the officer said.
Then an even larger ship emerged from the fog and moved alongside their patched and leaky vessel. A familiar face looked over the rail.
"It has been quite some time, hasn't it, King Belgarion?"
General Ateska said in a pleasant conversational tone.
"We really ought to try to stay in touch."
Ateska wore his customary scarlet cloak and a burnished steel helmet embossed with gold. Geryon's heart sank. Subterfuge was quite out of the question now. "You knew we were out here?" he said accusingly.
"Of course. I had people watching you on the Peldane side."
The red-clad general sounded a bit smug about that.
"I felt no presence,"
Polgara declared, pulling her blue cloak about her.
"I'd have been very surprised if you had, my lady," Ateska replied. "The men who are watching you are imbeciles. Their minds are as vacant as the minds of mushrooms."
He looked distastefully out across the river.
"You have no idea of how long it took me to explain to them what they were supposed to do. Every army has a few men like that. We try to weed them out, but even gross stupidity has its uses, I suppose."
"You are very clever, General Ateska," she said in a tight voice.
"No, Lady Polgara," he disagreed. "I'm just a plain soldier. No officer is more clever than his intelligence service. Brador is the clever one. He has been gathering information about your peculiar gifts from various Grolums since the Battle of Tulmardu. Grolums pay very close attention to your exploits, my lady, and over the years they have amassed a great deal of information about your abilities. As I understand it, although I'm certainly no expert, the more acute a mind is, the more easily you can detect its presence. That's why I sent those human turnips out to watch you."
He looked critically at their boat.
"That's really a wretched thing, you know. Are you keeping it afloat by sorcery?"
"No," Dernick told him in a flat, angry tone of voice.
"By skill." "I bow to your skill, Goodman Dernick," Ateska said a bit extravagantly. "You could probably work out a way to make a rock float, if you really wanted to."
He paused and looked at Belgarath.
"I assume we are going to be civilized about this, Ancient One?"
"I am willing to listen," Belgarath replied warily.
"His Imperial Majesty feels a strong need to discuss certain matters with you and your companions, Holy Belgarath. And I think I should advise you that you are paddling this wreck of yours directly into the middle of a hornet's nest. Sensible people are avoiding Darshiva right now."
"I have never pretended to be sensible." Ateska laughed ruefully.
"I haven't either," he admitted. "At the moment, I'm trying to map out a military campaign to invade that most insensible region. May I offer you, gentlemen, and your ladies, the hospitality of my ship?" He paused. "I think I will have to insist," he added regretfully. "Orders, you understand. Besides, we might want to pool our information while we await the arrival of His Imperial Majesty."
"Is Zakath coming here?" Garion asked.
"I doubt that he is more than a day behind me, Your Majesty," Ateska replied. "And he is aflame with the desire to have a long, long talk with you."
"What do we do, Grandfather?"
Garion's fingers asked.
"I don't think we have got much choice at the moment. Belden is out there somewhere. I'll let him know what is happening. He will come up with something."
"All right, General," he said aloud. "I was getting a little tired of rowing anyway. Pass the word to the others." He motioned to Garion. "Let us seem to go along, at least until we get to the Darshiva side."
Ateska's ship, while not opulent, was comfortable. They gathered in the forward cabin, a room littered with maps and various-sized bits and pieces of parchment. As always, General Ateska was polite, but firm.
"Have you had breakfast yet?"
"We were a little rushed," Belgarath told him.
"I will send word to the cook, then," Ateska said.
He went to the door and spoke with one of the red-garbed guards posted outside. Then he came back.
"While we are waiting, why don't we share that information I was talking about? I had heard that you were going to Ashaba when you left Malzeth. Then you suddenly surface in Malsina, and now you are halfway across the Magan to Darshiva. You people certainly move around."
"He already knows what we're doing," Silk's fingers said to Belgarath. "There's no point in trying to hide it."
"Please, Prince Skeldar," Ateska said in a pained tone. "Don't do that. It is very impolite, you know."
Silk laughed. "Either your eyes are very sharp, General, or advancing age is making my fingers clumsy. In point of fact, I was merely suggesting to Belgarath that we had made no secret of our reason for coming to Malloria. Kalzakath knew why we were here, so there is no point in being coy about it." He gave Belgarath an inquiring look, and the old man nodded. Silk's face grew serious, even bleak. "We went to Ashaba in pursuit of Xandramas and King Belgarian's son. Then we followed her across Karanda and on down into Jarot in northern Tkalanta. Her trail led to Melsina, so we followed her there. Then we came back to the continent."
"And you are still on her trail?"
Ateska asked intently. "More or less," Silk lied smoothly. Then he sidestepped the issue. "We discovered at Ashaba that Urvan is totally mad now. I am sure Kalzakath will be interested in that. Anyhow, Urvan's under the control of a demon lord named Nahaz. Xandramas has raised another demon lord named Mordja, and the two are fighting each other in Darshiva. I'd think a long time before I invaded that region, General. Nahaz and Mordja might prefer not to be interrupted."
"What happened to Minga?"
Ateska asked suddenly.
"I thought he was the one who was raising demons."
Silk smiled wryly. "Minga was actually a Kandam priest named Harakan. He was Urvan's underling for centuries."
"Was?"
"I'm afraid he's no longer with us. He met a little green snake named Zith, and he lost interest in things shortly after that."
Ateska threw back his head and laughed. "I had heard about your pet, Your Excellency," he said to Sadi. "Do you suppose that she would accept a medal? Heroine of the Empire or something?"
"I don't think she'd really be interested, General Ateska," Sadi replied coolly. "Besides, if somebody tried to pin a medal to her, she might misunderstand."
"You have got a point there,"
Ateska said. He looked around a little nervously.
"You do have her confined, don't you?"
"Of course, General,"
Velvet assured him with a dimpled smile.
"At the moment she's taking care of her babies. They're absolutely adorable. Why don't you show them to the General, Tzadi?"
Ateska hesitated. "Some other time, perhaps."
"All right, General Ateska," Belgarath said. "We have told you what we have been doing. Now, I think it's time for you to share a bit of information with us."
"We have not really made a secret of our activities either, Ancient Belgarath. The Emperor's forces moved out of Melzeth, and we used Magaren as a staging area. I was instructed to lead the advance elements of the army down the Magan and to occupy Farah. The idea was to cut off Xandramas's reinforcements out of Darshiva so that Urvan's army could annihilate the troops she had in Peldane. Then we planned to fall on Urvan heavily. After that, we were going to cross the river and deal with whatever forces Xandramas had left."
"Oh, good plan," Silk said.
"Unfortunately, it did not work. We have got Darshiva cut off, but one of Xandramas's underlings went down into Gandahar and hired a sizable body of elephant cavalry."
Ateska frowned.
"I think I'll speak with His Imperial Majesty about that. I don't really object to mercenaries, But the elephant herders of Gandahar are just a bit unselective when it comes to hiring themselves out. At any rate, there was a battle in Central Peldane yesterday, and elephants did what elephants usually do. Irvan's army fled, but instead of running back toward Silanta, they outflanked the elephants and the rest of the Darshivan army, and they are driving straight toward the Magan. If they get across into Darshiva, I will have my work cut out for me. I will have demons and grolems and kandam and hounds and elephants and kerans and the whole army of Darshiva to deal with. He sighed mournfully. This is not, I'm afraid, going to be the short, easy campaign I had anticipated.
Why not just let Irvan and Xanduramas fight it out? Silk suggested.
Policy, Prince Keldar. The Emperor does not want to appear timid or powerless, and he most certainly does not want any army in Malloria, except his own, to win any kind of a victory. It sets a bad precedent, and it might give others certain ideas. Malloria is not as monolithic a society as it might appear from the outside. Overwhelming imperial force is the only thing that holds us together.
I approve of the reasoning, Silk agreed. Stability is good for business.
Speaking of that, Ateska said, one of these days, you and I are going to have a long talk about beans.
Are you buying or selling, General Ateska? Silk asked impudently.
Let's get down to cases, gentlemen, Polgara said. General Ateska, what are the Emperor's plans concerning us?
That is for him to decide, my lady, Ateska replied. His Majesty does not always confide in me. He was, however, quite distressed about the way you chose to abuse his hospitality in Malzeth.
He knew where we were going, Geryon said flatly. And why?
That is likely to be one of the things he will want to discuss with your Majesty. It is possible that the two of you might be able to work out an accommodation of some kind.
Possible, but not very probable.
That is up to his Imperial Majesty, isn't it?
The fog had lifted, but the sky over Darshiva was heavily overcast. As Geryon stood in the bow of Ateska's ship, he caught a scent that was hauntingly familiar. It was a compound of damp rust, stagnant water, and the musty smell of fungus. He peered ahead and saw a forest composed of dead white snags. His heart sank. Ateska quietly joined him.
I hope your Majesty is not offended with me. I seem to be making a habit of apprehending you and your friends.
You are only following orders, General, Geryon said shortly. My quarrel is with your Emperor, not with you.
You are a very tolerant man, your Majesty.
Not really, General. But I don't waste my time holding grudges against people who are only doing what they are told to do.
Ateska looked toward the Darshivan shore, less than a mile away.
I expect that overcast will burn off by noon, he said, smoothly changing the subject.
I wouldn't count on it, Ateska,
Geryon said somberly.
Did you ever visit Tol Mishrak?
Military people don't have much reason to visit uninhabited ruins, your Majesty.
Tol Mishrak was not uninhabited, Geryon told him. The Kandam were there, and the hounds, and other things I can't even put names to.
Religious fanatics, Ateska shrugged. They do things for strange reasons. I am told it was an unhealthy sort of place.
Geryon pointed at the Darshivan shore,
You're looking at another one, I'm afraid. I know that Melcenes are almost as skeptical as Tolnedrans, so I don't know how much you'll believe of what I'm going to tell you. Do you smell that peculiar odor in the air?"
Ateska sniffed, then wrinkled his nose. "Not very pleasant, is it?"
Tol Mishrak smelled exactly the same way. I'd guess that the cloud cover over Darshiva has been there for 12 years at least.
"I find that a bit hard to accept."
"Look at those trees."
Gerion pointed at the snags.
"What do you think it would take to kill a whole forest?"
"Some kind of disease, I suppose."
"No, General. Seedlings would have sprouted by now, and there's not even an undergrowth there. The trees died from lack of sunlight. The only thing growing out there now is fungus. It rains from time to time, and the rainwater collects in pools. The sun doesn't come out to evaporate the water, so it just lies there and stagnates. That's a part of what you're smelling."
"I seem to smell rust, too. Where is that coming from?"
"I really don't know. At Tol Mishrak, it came from the ruins of Torak's iron tower. Darshiva's shrouded in perpetual gloom because it's the home of the Child of Dark."
"I have heard that term before. Who is this Child of Dark?"
"Zandramas. At least for the time being." "Are you really sure you want to land your troops there?"
"I have my orders, King Belgarion. My troops are well trained. They will build a fortified enclave on that shore, whether the sun is shining or not. Then we will wait for the Emperor. He has a number of decisions to make, not the least of which is what he is going to do about you."
Chapter 17. They waited on board Ateska's ship, while the soldiers went ashore and began to build the enclave. The Malloreon troops were quite nearly as efficient as the legions of Imperial Tolnedra, and in a very short period of time they had cleared several acres of ground and erected a neat, orderly city of tents. It was surrounded on the inland side by breastworks, catapults, and a deep ditch bristling with sharpened stakes. A palisade of sharpened poles lined the river's edge, and a number of floating docks extended out into the river. It was mid-afternoon when Gerion and the others disembarked and were escorted to a large guarded pavilion in the center of the enclave, and politely but firmly asked to remain inside. "Have you ever been able to contact Belden?" Silk asked Belgarath in a whisper. The old man nodded.
"He is working on something."
"I hope he doesn't take too long," the little man said. "I expect that once the Kath gets here, he'll decide that we need slightly more secure quarters, probably a place involving stout walls and locked doors." He made a sour face. "I hate jails."
"Don't you think you are exaggerating, Prince Keldar?"
Tzenedra asked.
"Zakat's always behaved like a perfect gentleman."
"Oh, of course," he replied with heavy sarcasm. "Why don't you tell that to all those Murgos he crucified on the plains of Haga? He can be polite when it doesn't inconvenience him too much, but we've seriously irritated him. If we're not gone by the time he gets here, I expect he'll show us just how irritated he really is."
"You're wrong, Prince Keldar,"
Arion said gravely.
"He just doesn't know what he's supposed to do yet. That's all."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"Back in Tolmurgos, Seradis told him that he was going to come to a crossroads in his life. This is it, I think. Once he makes the right choice, we can be friends again."
"Just like that?"
"More or less, yes."
"Polgra, would you please make him stop that?" The tent was familiar. It was a Malloreon officer's pavilion, with the usual red carpeting, and furniture which could be easily disassembled. They had been housed in this same kind of pavilion many times in the past. Geryon looked around without much interest. Then he sprawled on a bench.
"What's the matter, Geryon?"
Tsenedra asked, coming over to sit beside him.
"Isn't it obvious? Why don't they just leave us alone?"
"I think you worry too much,"
she told him. She reached out and touched his forehead with one little finger.
"Your friend in there isn't going to let anything happen that's not supposed to happen. So stop brooding about this. We are supposed to go to Kel, and Zakath could not stop us. Even if he brought his whole army back from Tolmurgos and piled them in our path."
"You're taking this all awfully calmly."
"I have to believe, Geryon,"
she replied with a little sigh.
"If I didn't, I'd go insane."
She leaned forward and kissed him.
"Now, get that grumpy look off your face. You're starting to look exactly like Belgarath."
"Well, of course I am. He's my grandfather, after all."
"The resemblance shouldn't start to show up for several thousand years yet, though,"
she said tartly. 2 soldiers brought them a supper, consisting of standard military rations. Silk opened one of the metal pots and looked inside. He sighed. "I was afraid of that." "What's the trouble, Keldar?" Tzadi asked him. "Beans," Silk replied, pointing at the pot. "I thought you liked beans." "Not to eat, I don't." Because they had not slept the previous night, they retired early. Geryon tossed restlessly for a while and then finally dropped off. The following morning, they all slept late, and Geryon emerged from the curtained-off compartment he shared with Tsenedra to find Silk pacing up and down restlessly. "Finally," the little man said with some relief. "I thought everybody was going to sleep till noon." "What's your problem?" Geryon asked him. "I need somebody to talk to, that's all."
"Lonesome?"
"No. Edgy. Zakath's probably going to show up today. Do you suppose we ought to wake Belgarath?"
"Why?"
"To find out if Belden has come up with a way to get us out of here, naturally."
"You worry too much."
"My, aren't we complacent this morning?" Silk snapped.
"Not really. But there's not much point in chewing off all of our fingernails over something that's out of our hands, is there?"
"Geryon, why don't you go back to bed?"
"I thought you were lonesome."
"Not that lonesome."
"Has Ateska come by this morning?"
"No, he's probably fairly busy. He's going to have some sort of campaign mapped out by the time Zakath gets here." The little man flung himself into one of the folding chairs. "No matter. What Belden comes up with, we're very likely to have at least a regiment, hot on our heels when we ride out of here," he predicted. "And I hate being chased."
"We've had people chasing us ever since the night we left Faldor's farm. You should be used to it by now."
"Oh, I am, Geryon. I still don't like it, though." Perhaps an hour or so later, the others began to wake up, and not long after that, the same red-garbed soldiers brought them breakfast. The 2 men were the only people they had seen since they had been confined in the pavilion. They spent the rest of the morning in desultory conversation. By unspoken agreement, no one mentioned their present situation. About noon, General Ateska entered the tent. "His Imperial Majesty will arrive shortly," he announced. "His ships are approaching the docks." "Thank you, General," Belgarath replied. Ateska bowed stiffly and went back out. Polgara rose to her feet. "Come along, ladies," she said to Tsenedra and Velvet. "Let's go make ourselves presentable." Sadi looked down at his plain tunic and hose. "Hardly suitable for an imperial audience," he said. "Do you think we ought to change?" "Why bother?" Belgarath shrugged. "Let's not give Zakath the impression that we take him seriously." "Don't we?" "Maybe, but we don't need to let him know about it." Not much later, the Emperor of Malloria entered with General Ateska and the Chief of the Bureau of Internal Affairs. As was his custom, Zakath wore a plain linen robe, but he had a scarlet military cape draped across his shoulders. His eyes were once again melancholy, and his pallid lips expressionless. "Good day, Your Majesty," he said to Geryon in a flat, emotionless tone. "You have been well, I trust."
"Tolerably, Your Majesty,"
Geryon replied.
If Zakath wanted formality,
Geryon would give him formality.
"Your extensive travels must have been fatiguing,"
Zakath said in that same flat tone.
"Particularly for the ladies. I will see to it that your return journey to Malzeth is made in easy stages."
"Your Majesty is very kind, but we are not going back to Malzeth."
"You're wrong, Belgarian. You are going back to Malzeth."
"Sorry, I've got a pressing engagement elsewhere."
"I'll convey your regrets to Zandramas when I see her."
"I am sure she'd be overjoyed to hear that I'm not coming."
"Not for very long she won't. I fully intend to have her burned as a witch."
"Good luck, Your Majesty, but I don't think you will find that she is very combustible." "Aren't you gentlemen being just a little silly?" Polgara asked then. She had changed into a blue dress, and she sat at a table, calmly mending a pair of Arion's socks.
"Silly?"
Zakath snapped, his eyes suddenly flashing. "You are still friends, and you both know it. Now stop behaving like a couple of schoolboys."
"I think you go too far, Lady Polgra,"
Zakath told her in a frigid tone.
"Really?"
she replied.
"I thought I had described the situation rather accurately. You are not going to put Geryon in chains, and he is not going to turn you into a radish. So, stop trying to bully each other."
"I think we can continue this discussion some other time,"
Zakath said curtly. He bowed slightly to Polgara and left the tent. "Wasn't that perhaps a trifle abrupt, Lady Polgara?" Sadi asked her.
"I don't think so," she replied. "It cut through a lot of nonsense." She carefully folded the socks she had been mending. "Ariond, I think it's time for you to trim your toenails again. You are cutting your way out of your socks faster than I can mend them." "He's gone back to being the way he was before, hasn't he?" Geryon said sadly. "Zakath, I mean." "Not entirely," Polgara disagreed. "Most of that was opposed to conceal his real feelings." She looked at Belgarath. "Well, Father, has Uncle Belden come up with anything yet?"
"He was working on something this morning. I can't talk to him right now because he's chasing a rabbit. We'll get back in touch after he finishes his lunch."
"Can't he concentrate on business?"
"Oh, come now, Paul. I've known you to go out of your way for a fat rabbit on occasion."
"You don't!"
Zinedra gasped to Polgara, her eyes wide with sudden horror.
"I really don't think you'd understand, dear,"
Polgara told her.
"Why don't you bring me your gray dress? I noticed a rip in the hem, and I've already got my sewing box out."
They waited out the remainder of the afternoon. After supper they sat around talking quietly. Silk squinted toward the door of the tent, beyond which the guards were posted. "Any luck with Belden yet?" he whispered to Belgarath.
He's working on something. Something fairly exotic, I'd imagine, knowing Belden. He's still hammering out the details. He'll tell me the whole thing once he gets it put together. Wouldn't it be better if the two of you worked on it together? He knows what he has to do. I would just get in his way if I tried to stick my oar in, too. The old man stretched and yawned. Then he stood up. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think I will go to bed. The next morning, Geryon rose quietly, dressed and slipped out of the curtained-off chamber, leaving Senedra still asleep. Dernick and Toth were seated at the table in the main part of the pavilion with Belgarath. "Don't ask me how he did it," Belgarath was saying. "All he told me was that Sorceress agreed to come here when Toth summoned her." Dernick and Toth exchanged a few gestures. "He says he can do that," the smith translated. "Do you want her to come here now?" Belgarath shook his head. "No. Let's wait until Zakath is in here with us. I know how much it tires her to project her image over long distances." He made a face. "Belden suggests that we let the conversation get to a climax before we send for her. Belden has urges in the direction of melodrama sometimes. We've all talked to him about it over the years, but he backslides from time to time. Good morning, Geryon." Geryon nodded briefly to each of them, then sat at the table.
"What's Sorceress going to be able to do that we can't?" he asked.
"I'm not sure," Belgarath replied. "We all know that she has a peculiar effect on Zakath, though. He tends to lose his grip on things every time he sees her. Belden wouldn't tell me exactly what he's got in mind, but he sounded disgustingly pleased with himself. Do you feel up to some theatricality this morning?"
"Not really, but I suppose I can manage something."
"You are supposed to goad Zakath a little, not too much, mind, but push him into making some threats. That's when we are supposed to call Sorceress. Don't be too obvious about it. Sort of lead him into it gradually." The old man looked at Toth. "Keep your eyes on me when Geryon and Zakath start arguing. I'll cover my mouth and cough. That's when we will need your mistress."
Toth nodded. "Are we going to tell the others?"
Geryon asked.
Belgarath squinted.
"No," he decided. "Their reactions might be more natural if they don't know what's going on." Dernick smiled slightly. "I'd say that Belden isn't the only one with a flair for the dramatic." "I used to be a professional storyteller, Dernick," Belgarath reminded him. "I can play an audience like a lute." After the others had awakened and breakfast had been served, General Ataska came into the tent. "His Imperial Majesty instructs that you make ready. You will be departing for Malzeth within the hour."
Geryon moved quickly to head that off. "Tell His Imperial Majesty that we are not going anyplace until we finish the conversation we started yesterday."
Ataska looked momentarily startled, then recovered. "People do not speak so to the Emperor, Your Majesty," he declared.
"He might find it refreshing, then."
Ataska drew himself up. "The Emperor is otherwise occupied at the moment."
Geryon leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. "We'll wait," he said flatly. "That will be all, General."
Ataska's face grew tight, then he bowed stiffly, turned, and went out without another word.
"Geryon,"
Senedra gasped.
"we are at Zakath's mercy, and you were being deliberately rude."
"He hasn't been overly polite to me,"
Geryon shrugged.
"I told him we are not going back to Malzeth, and he ignored me.
It appears that sometimes it takes a bit to get his attention."
Polgara was looking narrowly at Geryon.
Then she turned to Belgarath. "What are you two up to, father?" she asked. He winked at her, but did not reply. It took Calzakath approximately 2 minutes to arrive. He burst into the tent with his eyes wild and his face beet red.
"What do you mean?"
he almost screamed at Geryon. "What do you mean? What do I mean?"
"I gave you an imperial command."
"So? I'm not one of your subjects."
"This is intolerable."
"You'll get used to it. You should know by now that I always do what I set out to do. I thought I'd made that point when we left Malzeth. I told you we were going to Ashaba, and that's exactly what we did." With some effort, the Emperor got himself under control.
"I was trying to protect you and your friends, you idiot," he said from between clenched teeth. "You were riding directly into Menga's path."
"We didn't have any particular problem with Menga."
"Ateska told me that you had killed him. I did not get the details, though."
Zakath seemed to have recovered his composure to some degree. "Actually, I'm not the one who did it. Margravine Lascelles killed him." Zakath looked with one raised eyebrow at the dimpled velvet.
"His Majesty is perhaps overgenerous,"
she murmured, with a little curtsy.
"I had some help."
"Help? From whom?"
"Zith, actually. Menga was very surprised."
"Will someone please tell me what happened without all of this clever repartee?"
"It was really fairly simple, Your Majesty," Silk said smoothly. "We were having a little disagreement with the Kandam and some others in Torak's old throne room at Ashaba. Menga was shouting orders to his men, and Lascelles pulled out Zith out of her bodice and threw the little green darling right into his face. Zith nipped him a few times. He stiffened up like a plank, and he was dead before he hit the floor."
"You don't actually carry that snake down the front of your dress, do you?"
Zakath asked Velvet incredulously.
"How can you?"
"It took a bit of getting used to,"
she admitted, placing one modest hand on her bodice.
"It didn't really happen that way, did it?"
"Prince Keldar's description of what took place was fairly accurate, Your Imperial Majesty," Tzadi assured him. "Zith was very put out. I think she was asleep when the Margravine threw her at Menga, and being awakened suddenly always makes her cross." "As it turns out, Zakath, Menga was really one of the Kandam, and Urvan's chief underling," Belgarath said.
"Yes, so Ateska told me. That puts Urvan behind what was going on in Karanda, doesn't it?"
"Only marginally," Belgarath replied. "Urvan is not sane enough to be behind much of anything. He is completely under the domination of a demon lord named Nahaz, and consorting with demons usually unhinges a man's mind. Urvan is totally convinced that he is a god now."
"If he is that mad, who is running his campaign here?"
Ateska said that his outflanking of the Darshivan army and their elephant cavalry was a stroke of tactical genius. It is my guess that Nahaz is more or less in command, and demon lords pay very little attention to casualties. They also have ways of making people run very fast.
"I have never gone to war with a demon lord before,"
Zakath mused.
What is his objective?
The Sardian,
Geryon replied.
Everybody wants to get his hands on it, me included.
To raise a new god over Angarak?
That's its purpose, I suppose.
I don't think I'd like that. You liberated us from Torak, and I don't propose to see his replacement enthroned either at Melzeth or Malyaska. Angarak does not need a god. It has me. Who is your candidate?
I don't know yet. They haven't told me.
What am I going to do with you, Belgarian? Zakath sighed.
You are going to let us go so we can do what we are supposed to do. You might not like the idea of a new god, but I think you will find my choice a little more preferable to anything Xandromos or Irvan or Agachak might come up with.
Agachak?
The hierarch of Rak-Urga. He is here in Malloreon as well.
I will deal with him too, then. That still leaves you, I'm afraid.
I just told you what to do about me.
A faint smile touched Zakath's lips. I don't think I really like your proposal. You are a little undependable. What is your goal in all of this? Belgarath asked him. I am going to restore order in Malloreon, even if I have to depopulate whole districts to do it. Since this Sardian is the thing that's got everyone so agitated, I would guess that my best course would be to find it and destroy it.
Good,
Geryon said,
rising to his feet. Let's go, then.
Oh, no, your majesty. Zakath's tone was once again coldly imperial. I don't trust you any more. I made that mistake once already. I can eliminate at least one of the people trying to reach the Sardian by sending you and your friends back to Malzeth under heavy guard. Then I can concentrate on looking for the Sardian myself.
Where do you plan to start looking?
Geryon asked him bluntly. The conversation, he decided, had moved around to the point where the goading Belgarath had suggested seemed to be in order.
You don't even know what you are looking for, and you haven't got the faintest idea of where to start. You are just floundering around.
I don't think I care for that, Belgarian.
That's too bad. The truth is sometimes painful, isn't it?
And I suppose you do know where it is.
I can find out.
If you can, so can I, and I am sure you will give me a few clues.
Not a chance.
You will grow more cooperative once I put a few of your friends on the rack. I'll even let you watch.
You had better hire an expendable torturer, then. Haven't you realized yet just what I'm capable of? And all this time I thought you were intelligent.
I think that's quite enough, Belgarian, Zakath snapped. Make ready. You are leaving for Malzeth, and to make sure you behave yourself, I am going to separate all of you people. That should give me plenty of hostages in the event you decide to do something rash. I think that covers everything. This conversation is concluded.
Belgarath covered his mouth with one hand and coughed. Toth nodded and lowered his head. Zakath stepped back in startled amazement as a shimmering apparition suddenly appeared directly in front of him. He glared at Geryon.
Is this some kind of trick? He demanded.
No tricks, Zakath,
Geryon replied.
She has some things to tell you. I suggest that you listen. Wilt thou hear my words, Zakath?
The glowing form of the blindfolded seeress of Kel asked him.
Zakath's face was still taut with suspicion. "What is it, Sorceress?" he asked bluntly.
"My time with thee must needs be short, Emperor of Malloreon. I spoke to thee once concerning a crossroad in thy life. Thou hast reached that point now. Put aside thine imperious manner, and submit willingly to the task which I must lay upon thee. Thou hast spoken here of hostages."
He drew himself up. "A custom, Sorceress," he told her. "It is a simple means of ensuring good behavior."
"Dost thou indeed feel so feeble that thou must threaten the innocent to impose thy will upon others?"
Her tone was lightly touched with scorn. "Feeble? Me?"
"Why else wouldst thou choose so cowardly a course? But hear me well, Kal Zakath, for thy life hangs in the balance. In the instant that thou dost raise thy hand against the Child of Light, or any of his companions, thy heart shall burst, and thou shalt die between two breaths."
"So be it, then. I rule in Malloreon, and to change or falter because of any threat, even yours, is to become as nothing in my own eyes, and I will not do that."
"Then shalt thou surely die, and in thy death shall thy mighty empire crumble into dust."
She said it with a dreadful finality. He stared at her, his pale face growing even more livid.
"Thou wilt not hear my warnings, Emperor of Malloreon, so I will make thee an offer instead. If thou dost require a hostage, I will be thy hostage. The Child of Light doth know that should I depart from this life ere my task is complete, his quest will surely fail. What better restraint canst thou place upon him?"
"I will not threaten you, Holy Seeress," he said, sounding a bit less sure of himself.
"And why not, mighty Zakath?"
"It would not be appropriate," he said shortly. "Was that all you had to say to me? I have certain duties to attend to."
"They are of no moment. Thine only true duties are to me, and to the task which I shall lay upon thee. The completion of that task is the purpose of thy life. It was for that, and for that only, that thou wast born. Shouldst thou refuse it, thou wilt not live to see another winter."
"That's the second time you have threatened my life since you arrived, Sorceress. Do you hate me so much?"
"I do not hate thee, Zakath, and I made no threats. I merely revealed unto thee that which fate has in store for thee. Wilt thou accept thy task?"
"Not until I know a little more about it."
"Very well, then. I will reveal unto thee the first part of thy task. Thou must come to me at Kel, where I shall submit to thee. I shall be thy hostage, but thou art also surely mine. Come thou then to Kel, with the Child of Light and his other chosen companions. For as hath been foretold since the beginning of days, thou art of their company."
"But," she held up one slim hand.
"Leave behind thee thy retinue, and thine army, and thy symbols of power. They will be of no use to thee."
She paused.
"Or art thou fearful, O mighty Zakath, to go about in thy vast realm without thy soldiers clustered about thee, to compel the stubborn knee to bend, and to coerce the rebellious to submit to thy will?
Zakath flushed angrily. "I fear nothing, Holy Seeress," he replied in a cold voice. "Not even death."
"Death is a small thing, Zakath. Methinks it is life which thou dost fear. As I have said, thou art my hostage, and I command thee to come to me at Kel, and there to take up thy burden."
The Emperor of Malloria began to tremble. Geryon knew this man, and he knew that Zakath would normally reject Seradus's imperious command instantly, but he appeared seized by some overpowering compulsion. His trembling grew more violent, and his pale face broke out in a sweat. Seradus, despite her blindfolded eyes, seemed to be aware of the turmoil which had seized her hostage.
"Thy choice is well made, Zakath,"
she declared.
"Thou wilt submit to me willingly or with reluctance, but thou must submit, for it is thy destiny."
She drew herself up.
"Speak now, Emperor of Malloria, for thy fate requires thine acceptance of it. Wilt thou come to me at Kel?"
He seemed to choke on it. "I will come," he croaked.
"So be it, then. Take thy foreordained place at Belgerion's side, and come to the holy city. There shall I instruct thee further in thy task, and tell thee why it is not merely thy life which doth hinge upon it, but the life of this world."
She turned slightly so that her blindfolded eyes seemed to be looking at Geryon.
"Bring him to me, child of light,"
she told him.
"For all of this is a part of what must come to pass ere the final meeting."
She stretched out her hand to Toth in a gesture of longing, and then she vanished. "And now we are 12, Sadi murmured. The most recent recruit to their company, however, stood ashen-faced in the center of the tent, and Geryon was astonished to see unshed tears standing in the eyes of the Emperor of Malloria. Chapter 18.
"The empty one,"
Arion said with a slight note of satisfaction in his voice.
"It's almost complete now."
"I don't quite follow you," Sadi confessed.
"Seradus came to us at Rayhon,"
the young man explained.
"She told us who would come with us to the place which is no more. I've been wondering who the empty one would be. Now I know."
"And how did she describe me?" the eunuch asked.
"Are you really sure you want to know?"
"I have a certain curiosity about it, yes."
"She called you the man who is no man."
Sadi winced. "That's direct enough, isn't it?"
"You did ask."
Sadi sighed. "It's all right, Ariand. The procedure took place when I was a baby, so I've never known what it might be like to be different. Actually, I find all this interest in that particular function slightly amusing. Mine is a much less complicated way of life."
"Why did they do it to you?"
Sadi shrugged, rubbing his hand over his shaved scalp. "My mother was poor. It was the only gift she could give me."
"Gift?"
"It gave me the chance for employment in Queen Salmisra's palace. Otherwise, I'd have probably been a street beggar like the rest of my family."
"Are you all right?"
Geryon asked the ashen-faced Zakath. "Just leave me alone, Geryon," Zakath muttered.
Why don't you let me deal with it, dear? Polgara suggested to Geryon. This is very difficult for him. Well, I can understand that. It didn't come too easily for me either. And we broke it to you gently. Sorceress didn't have time to be gentle. I'll talk with him. All right, Aunt Paul.
Geryon walked away and left her alone with the shaken Zakath. This particular turn of events gave him some misgivings. Although he liked the Malloreon Emperor personally, he could foresee any number of difficulties arising from the inclusion of this man in their party. Quite often in the past, their very survival had depended entirely upon the absolute oneness of purpose of every member of the group, and Zakath's motives were never really clear.
Geryon,
the voice in his mind said wearily,
don't tamper with things you don't understand. Zakath has to go with you, so you might as well get used to the idea. But no buts. Just do it.
Geryon muttered a few oaths under his breath.
And don't swear at me either.
This is an absurdity,
Zakath burst out, slumping into a chair.
No,
Polgara disagreed.
You just have to get used to looking at the world in a different way, that's all. For most people, that is not necessary. You are a member of a very select group now, and different rules apply.
Rules have never applied to me, Lady Polgara. I make my own rules.
Not any more.
Why me? Zakath demanded. That's always the first question they ask, Belgarath said dryly to Silk. Has anybody ever answered it? Not to my knowledge, no.
We can instruct you as we go along, Polgara assured Zakath. The only important thing right now is whether or not you intend to honor your commitment to Sorceress.
Of course I do. I gave my word. I don't like it, but I don't have any choice. How can she possibly manipulate me the way she does?
She has very strange powers.
She does it by sorcery, you mean?
No, by truth.
Did you understand any of that gibberish she was speaking?
Some of it, but certainly not all. I told you that we look at the world in a different way. The seers look at it in yet another. No one who does not share their vision can fully understand it.
Zakath stared at the floor.
I suddenly feel very helpless, he admitted. And I don't like the feeling. I have been rather effectively dethroned, you know. This morning, I was the emperor of the largest nation on earth. This afternoon, I am going to be a vagabond.
You might find it refreshing, Silk told him lightly.
Shut up, Kaldar,
Zakath said almost absently. He looked back at Polgara.
You know something rather peculiar?
What's that?
Even if I had not given my word, I would still have to go to Cal. It's almost like a compulsion. I feel as if I am being driven, and my driver is a blindfolded girl who is hardly more than a child.
There are rewards, she told him.
Such as what?
Who knows? Happiness, perhaps.
He laughed ironically.
Happiness has never been a driving ambition of mine, Lady Polgara. Not for a long time now.
You may have to accept it anyway, she smiled. We are not allowed to choose our rewards any more than we are our tasks. Those decisions are made for us.
Are you happy?
Why, Yes, as a matter of fact, I am. He sighed. And why so great a sigh, Kal Zakath? He held up his thumb and forefinger, spread an inch or so apart.
I was that close to becoming the master of the entire world.
Why would you want to be?
He shrugged. No one has ever done it before, and power has its satisfactions.
You will find other satisfactions, I am sure, she smiled, laying one hand on his shoulder.
It's settled? Belgarath asked the Malloreon. Nothing is ever really settled, Belgarath, Zakath replied. Not until we are in our graves. But yes, I will go to Kel with you. Why don't you send for Ateska, then? You will need to tell him where you are going, so he can at least cover our rear. I don't like having people sneak up behind me. Has Irvan made it across the Magan as yet? Well, that's very hard to say. Have you looked outside today, Belgarath? The tent door is guarded, and Ateska's soldiers don't encourage sightseeing. The fog is so thick, you could walk on it. Irvan could be any place out there.
Polgara rose and quickly crossed to the tent flap. She opened it, and one of the guards outside said something to her sharply. "Oh, don't be silly," she told him. Then she took several deep breaths and closed the flap. "It's not natural, Father," she said soberly. "It doesn't smell right."
Grolums?
"I think so, yes. Probably Kandam trying to conceal Irvan's forces from Ateska's patrol boats. They should be able to cross the Magan without much difficulty."
Once they get across, the trip to Kel might just turn into a horse race. I will talk to Ateska, Zakath said. He might be able to delay them a bit.
He looked speculatively at the old man.
I know why I am going to Kel. But why are you? I have to read the Malloreon Gospels to find out what our ultimate destination is. You mean you don't know? Not yet, no. I know what it's called, though. They keep calling it the place which is no more. Belgarath, that is pure gibberish. I did not come up with the name, so don't blame me. Why didn't you say something back at Malzeth? I have a copy of the Gospels in my library. In the first place, I did not know about it when I was at Malzeth. I only found out recently. In the second place, your copy would not have done me any good. They are all different, I'm told, and the only one that contains the passage I need is at Kel. It all sounds very complicated. It is. These things usually are.
Zakath went to the door of the tent and spoke briefly with one of the guards there. Then he came back.
I have sent for Ateska and Brador.
He smiled a bit ruefully.
I would not be surprised if they objected rather violently to this whole thing.
Don't give them time to object, Geryon advised.
They are both Malsines, Geryon, Zakath pointed out. Malsines object to things out of habit. He frowned. Speaking of that, why did you go to Malsina? Wasn't it a bit out of your way?
We were following Zandramas,
Geryon replied. Why did she go there?
She had to pick up your cousin, Archduke Otrath.
That silly ass. What for?
She took him to Hemel and crowned him Emperor of Malloria.
She did what?
Zakath's eyes bulged. She needs an Angarak king with her when she gets to the place which is no more. As I understand it, the coronation ceremony had a certain validity.
Not after I get my hands on Uthrath, it won't.
Zakath's face was scarlet with anger.
There was another reason for our going to Melsina.
Although we didn't know it at the time, Belgarath said.
There was an unmutilated copy of the Ashabin oracles there. I had to read that in order to find out that our next step is the trip to Kel. I'm following a trail that was laid down for me thousands of years ago.
Ateska and Bredor entered.
You sent for us, Your Majesty,
Ateska said with a crisp salute.
Yes, Zakath replied.
He looked at the two of them speculatively.
Please, listen carefully. Try not to argue with me, he instructed.
Oddly, he said it not so much in the tone of an imperial command, but rather as a man appealing to two old friends.
There has been a change of plans. Certain information has come into my possession, and it is absolutely imperative that we not interfere with Belgarian and his friends. Their mission is vital to the security of Malloreon.
Bredor's eyes came alight with curiosity.
Shouldn't I perhaps be briefed on this matter, Your Imperial Majesty? State security is my responsibility, after all.
No, Bredor,
Zakath said regretfully.
I am afraid not. It might require too great an adjustment in your thinking. You are not ready for that. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure I am either. At any rate, Belgarian and these others absolutely must go to Delesia.
One other thing. I will be going with them. Ateska stared incredulously at his emperor. Then, with some effort, he got himself under control.
I'll notify the commander of the Imperial Guard, Your Majesty. They will be ready to leave within the hour.
Don't bother, Zakath told him.
They won't be going with us. I'll be going with Belgarian, alone. Alone?
Ateska exclaimed.
Your Majesty, that's unheard of.
Zakath smiled wanly.
You see, he said to Garion. What did I tell you?
General, Belgarath said to Ateska, Kal Zakath is simply following orders. I am sure you can understand that. He was told not to bring any troops along. Troops would not do him any good where we are going anyway.
Orders?
Ateska said in amazement.
Who has the authority to give His Majesty orders?
It is a long story, Ateska, the old man told him, and we are pressed for time.
Your Imperial Majesty,
Bredor said diffidently.
If you are going to Delesia, that means you'll have to cross the whole of Darshiva. But I remind you that Darshiva is hostile territory at the moment. Is it wise to risk the Imperial person under such circumstances? Might not an escort at least as far as the border be prudent?
Zakath looked at Belgarath. The old man shook his head.
Let's just do it the way we were told to. Sorry, Bredor, said Zakath. We can't take an escort with us. I think I'll need some armor, though, and a sword. Your Majesty has not held a sword for years,
Ateska objected.
Belgarian can give me some instruction,
Zakath shrugged.
I am sure I will pick it up again. Now then, Irvan's going to cross the Magan. I have it on very good authority that there won't be very much we can do to stop him. I imagine that the Darshivan army won't be very far behind him, and they have elephant cavalry with them. I want you to keep all of those people off of my back. Delay Irvan long enough for the Darshivans to catch up with him. After that, they can annihilate each other for all I care. Once those two armies are fully engaged, pull back your forces. Don't get any more of my soldiers killed than you absolutely have to.
Ateska frowned.
Then the policy we discussed at Malloreon is no longer in force?
Sakath shrugged.
Policy changes from time to time. At this point, I am militantly indifferent about who wins an unimportant battle in this corner of the world. That may give you some idea of just how vital Belgerion's mission is.
He looked at Geryon.
Does that cover everything?
Except for the demons, Geryon replied. They are here in Darshiva too.
Sakath frowned. I had forgotten about them. They will come to Irvan's aid, won't they?
Nehaz will, Belgarath told him. Morja will help the Darshivans.
You're going a little fast for me.
When Irvan showed up with Nehaz in tow, Zandramas raised a demon lord of her own, the old man explained. She went a little far afield for him, actually. Morja is lord of the demons in Morinland. He and Nehaz are evenly matched, and they have hated each other for all of eternity.
Then it still appears to be a stalemate. Both sides have an army, and they both have demons.
Demons are grossly unselective in their choices of victims, Sakath, Bulgara said. They will kill anything that moves, and your own armies here in Darshiva.
I had not thought of that, he conceded.
He looked around.
Any suggestions?
Belgarath and Bulgara exchanged a long look.
I suppose it's worth a try, the old sorcerer shrugged.
He's not fond of Angarax, but he is even less fond of demons. I think we will have better luck with him if we go outside the camp, though.
Exactly who are we talking about?
Zakath asked curiously.
Aldur,
Belgarath replied. He scratched at his cheek. Would it be safe to tell him that you would be very reluctant to go with us if your army was in danger? He asked.
I think you could say that, yes.
Zakath's eyes widened.
Are you trying to say you can actually summon a god?
He asked incredulously. I am not sure if summon is exactly the right word. We can talk with him, though. We will see what he says. You're not really going to try subterfuge, are you, father? Polgara asked the old man. Aldur knows what I'm doing, he replied. I could not deceive him if I tried. Zakath's reluctance just gives us a starting point for the conversation. Aldur is reasonable, but he has always liked a good argument. You should know that, Paul. He helped to educate you, after all. Let's see if we can talk with him. Would it be all right if I came along? Ariond asked. I need to talk with him, too. Belgarath looked a bit surprised at that. He looked for a moment as if he were about to refuse, but then he seemed to change his mind. Suit yourself, he shrugged. Ateska, could you have your guards escort us as far as that ditch around the outside of the camp? We will go on from there alone. Ateska spoke with the guards at the door of the tent, and the three were allowed to leave without challenge.
I would give a great deal to witness this meeting,
Brador murmured.
Have you ever seen Aldur, Prince Keldar?
A couple of times, yes, Silk replied in an offhand manner. Once in the Vale, and then again at Tol Mishrak, when he and the other gods came to claim the body of Torak after Geryon killed him.
I'd imagine that he took a certain satisfaction in that, Zakath said. Aldur and Torak were sworn enemies.
No,
Gerion disagreed sadly.
no one took any pleasure in the death of Torak. He and Aldur were brothers. I think Ul grieved the most, though. Torak was his son, after all.
There seem to be some fairly huge gaps in Angarak theology, Zakath mused. I don't think the Grolams even admit the existence of Ul.
They would, if they ever saw him,
Silk said.
Is he really that impressive looking?
Brador asked.
Oh, it's not so much the way he looks, Silk shrugged. It's the sense of his presence. It's overwhelming.
He was very nice to me,
Sinedra objected. Everybody's nice to you, Sinedra. You have that effect on people. Most of the time,
Gerion corrected. I suppose we'd better start packing, Dernick suggested. I think Belgarath's going to want to leave just as soon as he gets back. He looked at Ateska. Do you suppose we could get a few things from your stores? It's a long way to Kel, and I don't think we'll be able to pick up much in the way of supplies here in Darshiva. Of course, Goodman Dunnick, the general replied. I'll make out a list of the things we'll need, then. As Dernick sat down at the table to draw up his list, Ateska gave Silk a penetrating look. We never did get the chance to talk about your recent venture in the commodities market, did we, Your Highness? Are you considering a second career, Ateska? Zakath asked him. Hardly, Your Majesty. I am quite happy as a soldier. Prince Keldar recently did a bit of speculation in this year's bean crop. The Bureau of Military Procurement went into a state of anguished consternation when they found out his asking price. Brador suddenly chuckled.
Good for you, Keldar.
That is a peculiar attitude, Brador, Zakath reproved him. How would you like it if I took Prince Keldar's excess profits from your budget?
Actually, Your Majesty, Keldar's venture didn't cost your treasury a thing. The members of the Bureau of Military Procurement are the greatest unhanged scoundrels in the Empire. Some years ago, while you were busy in Tor Murgos, they sent you a rather innocuous-looking document having to do with standardizing the prices of all the items they purchased for the army.
I remember it, vaguely. Their argument seemed to be that it would provide a basis for long-range planning.
That was on the surface, Your Majesty. In actuality, fixing those prices provided them with a golden opportunity to line their own pockets. They could buy at below the fixed price, sell to the army at a legal rate, and keep the difference for themselves.
What is the fixed rate on beans?
10 half-crowns per hundredweight, Your Majesty.
That doesn't seem unreasonable.
When they are buying at 3 half-crowns?
Zakath stared at him. Brador held up one hand.
However, by law, they have to sell to the army at 10, no matter what price they have to pay. So they have to make up the difference out of their own pockets. That might account for the anguish General Ateska mentioned.
Zakath suddenly grinned a wolfish sort of grin. What price were you asking, Keldar?
I sold out to the Melcene Consortium at 15. The little man shrugged, buffing his nails on the front of his tunic. I'd imagine that they added a few points to that. A reasonable profit, you understand.
And you controlled the entire bean crop?
Oh, I certainly tried.
I feel fairly sure that Your Majesty will receive several letters of resignation from members of the Bureau, Brador said. I would advise not accepting them until after all accounts are settled.
I will keep that in mind, Praetor. Zakath looked speculatively at Silk. Tell me, Keldar, how much would you take to suspend operations here in Malloreon?
I don't really believe your Majesty's treasury has that much money, Silk replied blandly. Besides, I have become a sort of necessity. The Malloreon economy was stagnant until I got here. You could almost say that I'm working for you.
Did that make any sense? Zakath asked Brador. Yes, Your Majesty, Brador sighed. In a peculiar way it does. Our tax revenues have been rising steadily since Keldar and his scruffy-looking partner began doing business here in the Empire. If we were to expel him, it's entirely possible that the economy would collapse. Then I am at his mercy. To some degree, yes, Your Majesty.
Zakath sighed mournfully.
I wish I had not gotten out of bed this morning.
Both Belgarath and Polgara looked troubled when they returned with Ariond, close behind them. The blond young man, however, looked as unconcerned as always. "What did he say?" Geryon asked.
"He didn't like it too much," Belgarath said.
"But he finally agreed. General Ateska, how many troops do you have here in Darshiva?"
"Several 100,000. They are in enclaves like this one up and down the east bank of the Magan. The bulk of our forces are across the river in Peldane. We can summon them on short notice."
"Leave them where they are. Once you have delayed Ervon long enough to allow the Darshivan army to catch up with him, withdraw all your men to this enclave."
"It is hardly big enough for that many men, Ancient One,"
Ateska pointed out. "You had better expand it, then. Aldur has agreed to protect this enclave. He didn't say anything about any of the others. Bring your men here. He will keep the demons away."
"Oh?"
Brador asked curiously. "Demons cannot bear the presence of a god. Neither Nehaz nor Mordja will come within 10 leagues of this place."
"He's actually going to be here?"
"Only in a rather peculiar sense of the word. Once the enclave is expanded, that ditch of yours is going to be filled with a kind of blue light. Tell your men to stay out of it. Aldur is still not fond of Engarax, and peculiar things might happen to any soldier who strays into that light." The old man suddenly grinned at Zakath. "You might find it interesting to know that your whole army here in Darshiva will be at least nominally subject to Aldur for a while. He's never had an army before, so it is a little hard to say what he might decide to do with one."
"Is your grandfather always like this?"
Zakath asked Geryon. "Usually, yes." Geryon stood up, moving his fingers slightly. Then he crossed to the far side of the tent. Belgarath followed him. "What happened out there, grandfather?" Geryon whispered. Belgarath shrugged. "We talked with Aldur, and he promised to protect Zakath's army." Geryon shook his head. "No. Something else happened, too. Both you and Aunt Paul were looking very strange when you came back, and why did Ariond go with you?" "It's a long story," the old man replied evasively. "I've got time. I think I had better know what's going on." "No. As a matter of fact, you had better not. Aldur was quite emphatic about that. If you know what's happening, it might interfere with what you have to do." "I thought we had exhausted that tired old excuse a long time ago. I'm grown now. You don't have to try to keep me stupid." "I'll tell you what, Geryon. Since you are the child of light,
Why don't you go talk with Aldor yourself? He might even decide to tell you. But that is up to him. He told me to keep my mouth shut, and I am not going to disobey my master, whether you like it or not." And he turned and went back to rejoin the others. Chapter 19. "I still don't understand why I have to look so shabby," Zakath said, as he re-entered the pavilion. He wore a battered breastplate over a mail shirt and rust-splotched helmet, devoid of any kind of decoration. A patched brown cloak was draped over his shoulders, and a plain leather-bound sword hung at his side. "Explain it to him, Silk," Belgarath said. "You are the expert at this sort of thing." "It's not really all that complicated," Silk told the Emperor. "It's fairly standard practice for travelers to hire a few mercenary soldiers to act as armed guards. Mercenaries don't usually spend all that much time taking care of their equipment, so we had to make you look a bit down at the heels. All you and Geryon have to do is wear armor and ride in front looking dangerous." A faint smile touched the Malloreon's pallid features. "I didn't think anonymity would require such pains." Silk grinned at him. "Actually, it's harder to be anonymous than it is to be a Grand Duke. Now, please don't be offended, Zakath, but we are all going to forget we know how to say, 'Your Majesty.' Someone might make a slip at the wrong time." "That's perfectly all right, Keldar," Zakath replied. "All the majesties grate on my ears sometimes anyway." Silk looked closely at their newest recruit's face. "You really ought to spend more time outside, you know. You're as pale as a sheet." "I can take care of that, Silk," Polgara said. "I'll mix up something to make him look suitably weather-beaten." "Oh, one other thing," Silk added. "Your face is on every coin in Malloria, isn't it?" "You should know. You have got most of them, haven't you?" "Well, I have picked up a few here and there," Silk said modestly. "Let's cover up that famous face with whiskers. Stop shaving." "Keldar, I have not shaved my own face since my beard sprouted. I would not even know how to hold the razor." "You let somebody else near your throat with a razor? Isn't that a trifle imprudent?" "Does that more or less cover everything?" Belgarath asked the little Drasnian. "Oh, that covers the basics," Silk replied. "I can coach him on the finer details as we go along." "All right, then." The old man looked around at them. "We are likely to encounter people out there. Some of them might be hostile, but most of them will probably just be trying to stay out of harm's way, so they won't bother a group of ordinary travelers." He looked directly at Zakath. "Silk should be able to talk us out of most situations, but if we get into serious confrontations, I want you to fall back a bit and let the rest of us handle things. You are out of practice with your weapons, and I did not go to all of the trouble of finding you to lose you in some meaningless skirmish." "I can still carry my own weight, Belgarath. I'm sure you can. But let's not risk it right at first. Sorceress might be very unhappy if we don't have you with us in one piece when we get to Kel." Zakath shrugged, walked over and sat on the bench beside Geryon. The Raven King was dressed in his mail shirt, and he was sliding the snug-fitting leather sleeve over the hilt of Irongrip's sword. Zakath was actually grinning, and the unaccustomed expression made him look 10 years younger. Geryon was uncomfortably reminded of Laldoran. "I think you're actually enjoying this, aren't you?" "For some reason, I feel almost like a young man again," Zakath replied. "Is it always like this? Subterfuge and a little danger, and this wild sense of exhilaration?" "More or less," Geryon replied.
Sometimes there's more than just a little danger, though.
I can live with that. My life has been tediously secure so far.
Even when Naradas poisoned you back in Tolmurkos?
I was too sick to know what was going on, Zakath said. I envy you, Garion. You have had a wildly exciting life. He frowned slightly. Something rather peculiar is happening to me, he confessed. Ever since I agreed to meet Sorceress at Kel, I have felt as if some vast weight had been lifted off of me. The whole world looks fresh and new now. I have absolutely no control over my life, and yet I am as happy as a fish in deep water. It is irrational, but I can't help it.
Garion looked rather closely at him. Don't misunderstand, he said. I'm not deliberately trying to be mystical about this, but you are probably happy because you are doing what you are supposed to do. It happens to all of us. It's a part of that different way of looking at things Aunt Paul mentioned earlier, and it's one of the rewards she talked about.
That's a little obscure for me, Zakath admitted.
Give it some time, Garion told him. It comes to you, gradually. General Ataska entered the tent with Brador close behind him.
The horses are ready, Your Majesty, he reported in a neutral tone.
Garion could tell by Ataska's expression that he still strongly disapproved of this whole business. The general turned toward Dernick.
I have added a few more pack animals, Goodman. Yours were fairly well loaded down.
Thank you, General, Dernick replied.
I'm going to be out of touch, Ataska. So I am leaving you in charge here, Zakath said. I will try to get word to you from time to time, but there may be long periods when you won't hear from me. Yes, Your Majesty, Ataska replied. You know what to do, though. Let Brador handle civil matters, and you deal with the military situation. Get the troops back here to this enclave as soon as Irvan and the Darshivans are engaged. And keep in touch with Malzeth. He tugged a large signet ring off of his finger. Use this if you need to seal any official documents. Such documents require Your Majesty's signature, Ataska reminded him. Brador can forge it. He writes my name better than I do myself. Your Majesty, Brador protested. Don't play innocent with me, Brador. I have known about your experiments in penmanship. Take care of my cat while I'm gone, and see if you can find homes for the rest of those kittens. Yes, Your Majesty. Anything else that needs my attention before I leave? One thing, Your Majesty, Ataska said. A disciplinary matter. Can't you take care of it? Zakath asked a bit irritably. He was obviously impatient to be off. I can, Your Majesty. But you have sort of placed the man under your personal protection, so I thought I would consult with you before I took action. Who am I protecting? Zakath looked puzzled. It is a corporal from the Malzeth garrison, Your Majesty. A man named Actus. He was drunk on duty. Actus. I don't recall.
It was that corporal who had been demoted just before we arrived in Malzeth,
Sinedra reminded him.
The one whose wife was making such a scene in that side street?
Oh, yes, Zakath said. Now I remember. Drunk, you say? He's not supposed to drink any more. I doubt if he could drink any more, Your Majesty, Ataska said with a faint smile. At least, not right now, He is as drunk as a lord. Is he nearby? Just outside, your majesty.
Zakath sighed.
I guess you had better bring him in.
He looked at Belgarath.
This should only take a moment or two,
he apologized. Geryon remembered the scrawny corporal as soon as the fellow staggered into the tent. The corporal tried to come to attention without much success. Then he attempted to bang his breastplate in salute, but hit himself in the nose with his fist instead.
Your Imperial Majesty, he slurred. What am I going to do with you, Actus?
Zakath said wearily.
I've made a beast of myself, Your Majesty, Actus confessed. An absolute beast? Yes, Zakath agreed. You have.
He turned his head away.
Please, don't breathe on me, Actus. Your mouth smells like a reopened grave. Take him out and sober him up, Ateska. I will personally throw him in the river, Your Majesty.
Ateska was trying to suppress a grin.
You are enjoying this, aren't you? Me, Your Majesty?
Zakath's eyes narrowed slyly.
Well, Tinedra, he said, he is your responsibility, too. What do we do with him?
She waved one little hand negligently.
Hang him,
she said, in an indifferent tone. She looked more closely at her hand.
Great Nedra, she exclaimed. We've broken another fingernail.
Corporal Actus's eyes were bulging and his mouth was suddenly agape. Trembling violently, he fell to his knees.
Please, Your Majesty,
he begged, suddenly cold-sober.
Please!
Zakath squinted at the Riven Queen, who sat mourning the broken nail.
Take him outside, Ateska. I will give you orders for his final disposition in a moment.
Ateska saluted and hauled the blubbering Actus to his feet.
You weren't really serious, were you, Tinedra?
Zakath asked after the two men had left.
Oh, of course not. I'm not a monster, Zakath. Clean him up and send him back to his wife.
She tapped one finger thoughtfully on her chin.
But erect a gibbet in the street in front of his house. Give him something to think about the next time he gets thirsty.
You actually married this woman?
Zakath exclaimed to Geryon. It was sort of arranged by our families, Geryon replied with aplomb. We didn't have much to say about it.
No, be nice, Geryon,
Tinedra said with unruffled calm. They mounted their horses outside the pavilion and rode through the camp to the drawbridge spanning the deep, stake-studded ditch that formed a part of the outer fortifications. When they reached the far side of the ditch, Zakath let out an explosive breath of relief. "What is it?" Geryon asked him.
I was half afraid that somebody might have found a way to keep me there.
He glanced a bit apprehensively back over his shoulder.
Do you think we could possibly gallop for a ways? I would hate to have them catch up with me.
Geryon began to have misgivings at that point. Are you sure you're all right? He asked suspiciously.
I have never felt better, or more free, in my entire life,
Zakath declared. I was afraid of that, Geryon muttered.
What?
Just keep moving at a canter, Zakath. There is something I need to discuss with Belgarath. I'll be right back. He reined Chrétien in and rode back to where his grandfather and his aunt rode side by side, deep in conversation. He is absolutely out of control, he told them. What has happened to him? It is the first time in his entire life
that he has not had the weight of half of the world on his shoulders, Geryon, Polgara replied calmly. He will settle down. Just give him a day or so. Do we have a day or so? He's acting exactly the way Loldoran would, or maybe even Mandaran. Can we afford that?
Talk to him, Belgarath suggested. Just keep talking. Recite the Book of Elorn to him if you have to.
But I don't know the Book of Elorn, Grandfather, Geryon objected.
Yes, you do. It's in your blood. You could have recited it, letter perfect in your cradle. Now, get back up there before he gets completely out of hand.
Geryon swore and rode back to rejoin Zakath.
In trouble?
Silk asked him. I don't want to talk about it. Belden was waiting for them around the next bend in the road.
Well, the grotesque little hunchback said, it seems to have worked. But why did you bring him along?
Sorceress persuaded him to come with us, Belgarath replied. What gave you the idea of going to her?
It was worth a try. Paul told me about a few of the things she said to him back in Tol Murgos. She seems to have some sort of interest in him. I didn't really think he was supposed to join us, though. What did she say to him?
She told him that he would die if he did not come with us.
I imagine that got his attention. Hello, Zakath.
Do we know each other?
I know you by sight, anyway. I've seen you parading through the streets of Malzeth a few times.
This is my brother Belden, Belgarath introduced the misshapen dwarf. I didn't know you had any brothers. The relationship is a bit obscure, but we serve the same master, so that makes us brothers in a peculiar sort of way. There used to be 7 of us, but there are only 4 of us left now.
Zakath frowned slightly.
Your name rings a bell, Master Belden, he said. Aren't you the one whose picture is posted on every tree for 6 leagues in any direction from Malyaska?
I believe that's me, all right. I make Irvon a little nervous. He seems to think that I want to split him up the middle.
Do you?
I've thought about it a time or two. I think what I'd really like to do, though, is yank out his guts, hang them on a thorn bush, and invite in some vultures. I'm sure he'd find watching them eat very entertaining.
Zakath blanched slightly.
Vultures have to eat, too, the hunchback shrugged. Oh, speaking of eating, Paul, do you have anything decent around? All I've had in the last few days was a very scrawny rat and a nest full of crow's eggs. I don't think there's a rabbit or a pigeon left in the whole of Darshiva.
This is a very unusual fellow, Zakath said to Geryon.
He gets more unusual the more you get to know him, Geryon smiled slightly. He frightened Irvon almost into sanity at Ashaba.
He was exaggerating, wasn't he? About the vultures, I mean.
Probably not. He fully intends to gut Torak's last disciple like a butchered hog.
Zakath's eyes grew bright. You think he might want some help? He asked eagerly.
Were any of your ancestors possibly Arendish?
Geryon asked suspiciously. I don't understand the question.
Never mind, Geryon sighed. Eldon squatted in the dirt at the roadside, tearing at the carcass of a cold roast chicken.
"Ah, you burnt it, Paul," he accused.
"I didn't cook it, Uncle," she replied primly.
"Why not? Did you forget how?"
"I have a wonderful recipe for boiled dwarf," she told him. "I'm almost sure I could find someone willing to eat that sort of thing."
"You're losing your edge again, Paul," he said, wiping his greasy fingers on the front of his ragged tunic. "Your mind's getting as flabby as your bottom."
Geryon restrained Zakath with one hand when the Malloreon emperor's face grew outraged.
It's a personal thing, he cautioned. I wouldn't interfere. They've been insulting each other for thousands of years. It's a peculiar kind of love, I think.
Love?
Listen, Geryon suggested. You might learn something. Aelorns aren't like Angarax. We don't bow very often, and we sometimes hide our feelings with jokes.
Polgara? Is an Aelorn?
Zakath sounded surprised. Use your eyes, man. Her hair's dark, I'll grant you, but her twin sister was as blonde as a wheat field. Look at her cheekbones and her jaw. I rule a kingdom of Aelorns, and I know what they look like. She and Lizelle could be sisters.
Now that you mention it, they do look a bit alike, don't they? How is it I never saw that before?
You hired Brador to be your eyes, Geryon replied, shifting in his mail shirt. I don't trust other people's eyes all that much.
Is Belden an Aelorn too?
Nobody knows what Belden is. He's so deformed that you can't put a name to him.
Poor fellow.
Don't waste your pity on Belden, Geryon replied. He's 6,000 years old, and he could turn you into a frog if he felt like it. He can make it snow or rain, and he's far, far smarter than Belgarath.
But he's so grubby,
Zakath said, eyeing the filthy dwarf. He's grubby because he doesn't care, Geryon said. This is the form he uses to go among us. It's ugly, so he doesn't waste time on it. His other form is so magnificent it would blind you.
Other form?
It's a peculiarity of ours. Sometimes a human form isn't practical for some of the things we have to do. Belden likes to fly, so he spends most of his time as a blue-banded hawk.
I am a falconer, Geryon. I don't believe there is such a bird.
Tell him that. Geryon pointed at the ugly dwarf ripping the chicken apart with his teeth by the roadside. You could have cut it up first, Uncle, Polgara said.
Why?
He took another huge bite. It is more polite.
Paul, I taught you how to fly and how to hunt. Don't you try to teach me how to eat.
I don't think eat is the right word, Uncle. You're not an eater. You are a revener.
We all do it our own way, Paul, he belched. You do it with a silver fork off a porcelain plate, and I do it with my talons and beak in a ditch beside the road. It all gets to the same place, no matter how you do it.
He raked a patch of burned skin off of the chicken leg he was holding in one hand.
This isn't too bad, he conceded. At least not after you get down to the real meat.
Anything up ahead? Belgarath asked him.
A few troops, some terrified civilians, and a Grolem now and then. That's about it.
Any demons?
I didn't see any. Of course, that doesn't mean they are not lurking around somewhere. You know how it is with demons. Are you going to travel at night again?
Belgarath thought about it. I don't think so, he decided. It takes too long to do it that way, and time is running out on us. Let's just make a run for it.
Suit yourself.
Belden discarded the remains of the chicken and stood up.
I'll keep an eye out up ahead, and let you know when you're about to run into trouble.
The hunchback bent, spread his arms, and soared up into the murky sky.
Thorax teeth!
Zakath exclaimed.
He is a blue-banded hawk.
He invented it himself, Belgarath said. He didn't like the regular colors. Let's move along. Although it was nearly summer, there was a dreary chill hanging over Darshiva. Geryon could not be certain if it was the result of the prevailing overcast, or if it derived from some other, more ominous source. The white snags of dead trees lined the road, and the air was thick with the reek of fungus, decay, and stagnant water.
They passed long deserted villages, tumbled now into ruins. A roadside temple seemed to huddle mournfully with fungus, creeping up its walls like some loathsome disease. Its doors gaped open, and the polished steel mask of the face of Torak, which should have surmounted them, was gone. Belgarath reined in his horse and dismounted. "I'll be right back," he said. He went up the steps of the temple and looked inside. Then he turned and came back. "I thought they might have done that." "Done what, father?" "They have taken Torak's face down from the wall behind the altar. There is a blank mask there now. They are waiting to see what the new god looks like." They took shelter for the night beside the half-tumbled wall of a ruined village. They built no fire, and traded off standing watch. At first light the next morning they pushed on. The countryside grew more bleak and foreboding with each passing mile. About mid-morning, Belden swooped in, flared his wings, and settled to the earth. He shimmered into his own form and stood waiting for them. "There are some troops blocking the road about a mile ahead," he announced. "Any chance of getting around them?" Belgarath asked. "I doubt it. The country's pretty flat there, and all the vegetation's been dead for years." "How many are there?" Silk asked. 15 or so. They've got a Grolem with them." "Any idea which side they are on?" "Well, they're not that distinctive." "Do you want me to see if I can talk our way past them?" Silk offered. Belgarath looked at Belden. "Are they deliberately blocking the road, or are they just camped on it?" "They've built a barricade out of dead logs." "That answers that, then. Talk isn't going to do us any good." He mulled it over.
"We could wait until dark and then slip around them,"
Velvet suggested. "We would lose a whole day that way," Belgarath replied. "I don't see any help for it. We are going to have to go through them. Try not to kill any more of them than you absolutely have to." "That gets right to the point, doesn't it?" Zakath said wryly to Geryon. "There's no sense in trying to surprise them, I suppose?" Belgarath asked Belden. The dwarf shook his head. "They'll see you coming for at least half a mile." He went to the side of the road, wrenched a half-rotten stump out of the ground, and pounded it against a rock until all of the decayed wood had been knocked loose. The gnarled taproot made a fearsome-looking cudgel. "Well, I guess we had better go have a look," Belgarath said bleakly. They rode on to the crest of the hill, and looked down the road, toward the barricade and the troops standing behind it. Zakath peered at them. "Darshivans," he said. "How can you tell from this distance?" Silk asked him. "By the shape of their helmets." The Malloreon narrowed his eyes. "Darshivan soldiers are not notoriously brave, and they get very little in the way of training. Do you think there might be some way we can lure them out from behind that barricade?" Geryon looked down at the soldiers crouched behind their logs. "I'd say they've been told not to let anybody pass," he said. "What if we charge them, and then at the last minute swing out and around them? They'll run for their horses, then we turn around and charge back at them. They'll be confused and milling around, and we'll be able to pin them up against their own barricade. It shouldn't be too hard to put a fair number of them on the ground. The rest should run at that point." "That's not a bad plan, Geryon. You are quite a tactician. Have you had any formal military training?" "No, I just picked it up." In a land of brittle dead trees, a lance was quite out of the question. So Geryon strapped his shield to his left arm and drew his sword. "All right," Belgarath said. "Let's give it a try. It
might hold down the casualties.
One other thing, Silk added. I think we should make a special point of not letting any of them get on a horse. A man on foot can't go for help very fast. If we run off their horses, we could be out of the area before they can bring in reinforcements.
I will take care of that, Belgarath said. All right, let's go.
They urged their horses into a gallop and charged down the road toward the barricade, brandishing their weapons. As they pounded down the hill, Geryon saw Zakath pulling a curious-looking leather half-glove clad with steel onto his right hand. Just before they reached the barricade and the alarmed soldiers standing behind it, they veered sharply to the left, then galloped around the obstruction and back onto the road.
"After them!"
a black-robed Grolem screamed at the startled troops.
"Don't let them escape!"
Geryon rode on past the soldiers' picketed horses, then wheeled Kretchen around. He charged back with the others close on his heels and rode full into the face of the confused Darshivans. He did not really want to kill any of them, so he laid about him with the flat of the blade rather than the edge. He put 3 of them down as he crashed through their ranks. Behind him he could hear the sound of blows and cries of pain. The Grolem rose before him, and he could feel the black-robed man drawing in his will. He did not falter, but simply rode the priest down. Then he wheeled again. Toth was laying about him with his heavy staff, and Dernick was busily caving in helmets with the butt of his axe. Zakath, however, was leaned far over in his saddle. He had no weapon in his hand, but rather was smashing his metal-clad fist into the faces of the Darshivan soldiers. The glove appeared to be quite effective. Then, from where the soldiers' horses were picketed, there came a blood-curdling howl. The great silver wolf was snapping and snarling at the horses. They lunged back in panic, the picket rope snapped, and they fled. "Let's go!" Geryon shouted to his friends, and they galloped once again through the center of the Darshivans, and on down the road to rejoin Polgara, Tsenedra, Velvet, and Eriond. Belgoroth loped after them, then changed into his own form, and walked back to his horse.
"It seems to have worked more or less the way we'd planned,"
Zakath noted. He was panting, and his forehead was dewed with sweat.
"I seem to be a bit out of condition, though."
"Too much sitting down," Silk said. "What's that thing you've got on your hand?"
"It's called a cestus,"
the Malloreon replied, pulling it off.
"I am a little rusty with my sword, so I thought this might work just as well, particularly since Belgarath wanted to keep down the fatalities." "Did we kill anybody?" Dernick asked.
"2," Tzadi admitted. He held up his small dagger. "It is a little hard to unpoison a knife." "And 1 other," Silk told the smith. "He was running up behind you with a spear, so I threw a knife at him."
"It couldn't be helped," Belgarath said. "Now, let's get out of here."
They continued at a gallop for several miles, then slowed back to a canter again. They took shelter that night in a sizable stand of dead trees. Dernick and Toth dug a shallow pit and built a small fire in it. After the tents were pitched, Geryon and Zakath walked to the edge of the trees to keep watch on the road.
"Is it always like this?"
Zakath asked quietly. "Like what?"
"All this sneaking and hiding."
"Usually. Belgarath tries to avoid trouble whenever he can. He doesn't like to risk people in random skirmishes. Most of the time, we're able to avoid the kind of thing that happened this morning. Silk, and Tzadi too, for that matter, have lied us out of some very tight spots." He smiled faintly. "Up in Versebo, Silk bribed our way past a group of soldiers with a pouch full of brass Malloreon halfpennies."
"But they are virtually worthless."
"That's what Silk said, but we were quite a ways past the soldiers before they opened the pouch." Then they heard a chilling howl.
"A wolf?"
Zakath asked.
Belgarath again?
No. That wasn't a wolf. Let's go back. I think Irvan's managed to outflank General Ataska.
What makes you think so?
That was a hound.
Chapter 20. They walked carefully through the forest of dead snags, avoiding as best they could the litter of fallen limbs and twigs on the ground. The faint glow from Dernick's sunken fire guided them, and Geryon knew it would serve as a dim beacon for the hounds as well. Zakath's euphoria seemed to have evaporated. His expression now was wary, and he walked with his hand on his sword hilt. They entered the small clearing where the others were seated around the fire pit.
"There's a hound out there,"
Geryon said quietly.
"It howled once."
"Could you make out what it was saying?" Belgarath asked, his voice tense.
"I don't speak its language, grandfather. It seemed to be some kind of a call, though."
"Probably to the rest of the pack," the old man grunted. "The hounds don't hunt alone very often."
"The glow from our fire is fairly visible,"
Geryon pointed out. "I'll take care of that right away," Dernick said, starting to shovel dirt into the fire pit. "Could you pinpoint the hound's location at all?" Belgarath asked.
"It was some distance away. I think it's out there on the road."
"Following our trail?" Silk asked.
"It's following something. I could pick up that much."
"If the hound is following us, I can divert it with some of that powder I used back at Ashaba," Sadi suggested.
"What do you think?" Belgarath asked Belden.
The dwarf squatted on the ground, absently scratching an obscure diagram in the dirt with a broken stick.
"It wouldn't work," he said finally. "The hounds aren't entirely dogs, so they're not going to just blindly follow the one in the lead. Once they pinpoint our location, they'll spread out and come at us from all sides. We're going to have to come up with something else."
"Fairly soon, I'd think," Silk added, looking around nervously.
Polgara removed her blue cloak and handed it to Dernick. "I'll deal with it," she said calmly.
"What have you got in mind, Paul?"
Belgarath asked suspiciously. "I haven't decided yet, old wolf. Maybe I'll just make it up as I go along, the way you do sometimes." She drew herself up, and the air around her shimmered with an odd luminescence. She was winging her way off among the dead white trees even before the light had faded.
"I hate it when she does that,"
Belgarath muttered.
"You do it all the time," Belden said.
"That's different."
Zakath was staring at the ghostly shape of the disappearing white owl.
"That's uncanny," he shuddered. Then he looked at Geryon. "I can't say that I understand all this concern," he confessed. "You people, at least some of you, are sorcerers. Can't you just—" He left it hanging.
"No," Geryon shook his head.
"Why not?"
"It makes too much noise. Oh, not the sort of noise ordinary people can hear. But we can hear it, and so can the Grolems. If we tried to do it that way, we'd have every Grolem in this part of Darshiva down our necks. Sorcery's an overrated thing, Zakath. I'll grant you we can do things that other people can't, but there are so many restrictions on us that sometimes it's not worth the trouble, unless you're in a hurry."
"I didn't know that,"
Zakath admitted.
"Are the hounds as big as they say they are?" "Probably even bigger," Silk replied. "They're about the size of small horses." "You are a droll fellow, Keldar," Zakath said. "So I think I'd have to see that to believe it."
"You'd better hope that you don't get that close." Belgarath looked narrowly
at the Malloreon. "You don't believe in very much, do you?" he asked. "What I can see," Zakath shrugged. "I've had most of the belief washed out of me over the years." "That could prove to be a problem," the old man said, scratching at his cheek. "The time might come when we will have to do something in a hurry, and we won't have time for explanations, and you won't have time to stand around gaping in astonishment. I think this might be a good time to fill you in on a few things." "I will listen to you," Zakath said. "I don't promise to believe everything you say, though. Go ahead." "I will let Geryon do it. I want to keep in touch with Paul. Why don't you two go back to the edge of the woods and keep watch? Geryon can fill you in there. Try not to be skeptical, just on principle." "We will see," Zakath replied. During the next hour, as Geryon and Zakath crouched behind a fallen tree at the edge of the woods, the Emperor of Maloria had his credulity stretched to the limits. Geryon spoke in a half-whisper, even as he kept his eyes and ears alert. He began by briefly sketching in the Book of Aelorn, then went on to a few salient points from the Mrin Codex. Then, so far as he knew it, he described the early life of Belgarath, the sorcerer. And then he got down to business. He explained the possibilities and the limitations of the will and the word, covering such matters as projections, translocation, shape change, and so on. He covered the mysterious sound that accompanies the use of what common people call sorcery, the exhaustion that comes over a sorcerer after its use, and the single absolute prohibition, that of unmaking. "That's what happened to Tukchik," he concluded. "He was so afraid of what would happen if I got my hands on the orb that he forgot he was stepping over the line when he tried to destroy it." Out in the darkness, the hound howled again, and there was an answering howl from a different direction. "They're getting closer," Geryon whispered. "I hope Aunt Paul hurries." Zakath, however, was still mulling over the things Geryon had told him. "Are you trying to tell me that it was the orb that killed Kruchik, and not Belgarath?" he whispered. "No, it wasn't the orb. It was the universe. Do you really want to get into theology?" "I'm even more skeptical in that direction." "That's the one thing you cannot afford, Zakath," Geryon said seriously. "You have to believe. Otherwise, we will fail, and if we fail, the world fails forever." The hound howled again, even closer this time. "Keep your voice down," Geryon warned in a tense whisper. "The hounds have very sharp ears." "I'm not afraid of a dog, Geryon, no matter how big it is."
That could be a mistake. Being afraid is one of the things that keeps us alive. All right. As closely as I understand it, this is the way it went. Ol created the universe.
I thought it was just spun out of nothingness.
It was, but Ol was the spinner. Then he joined his thought with the awareness of the universe, and the 7 gods were born.
The Grolams say it was Torak who made everything.
That's what Torak wanted them to believe. That's one of the reasons I had to kill him. He thought he owned the universe, and that he was more powerful than Ol. He was wrong, and nobody owns the universe. She owns herself, and she makes the rules.
She?
Of course. She is the mother of everything, you, me, that rock, and even this dead tree we're hiding behind. We are all related, I suppose, and the universe won't permit unmaking. Geryon pulled off his helmet and scratched at his sweaty hair.
He sighed.
I'm awfully sorry, Zakath. I know this is coming at you very fast, but we don't have time for subtlety. For some reason we're caught up in this, you and I.
He smiled wryly.
We're both woefully unsuited for the task, I'm afraid. But our mother needs us. Are you up to it?
I am up to most things, I suppose,
Zakath replied in an indifferent tone.
Regardless of what Sorceress said back there, I don't really expect to come out of this alive anyway.
Are you sure you're not a Rendish? Geryon asked, suspiciously. The whole idea is to live, Zakath, not to die. Dying defeats the purpose. Don't do it. I might need you later on. The voice told me that you're supposed to be a part of this. I think we're walking directly into the ultimate horror. You might have to hold me up when we get there.
Voice?
It's in here. Geryon tapped his forehead. I'll explain that later. You've got enough to think about now.
You hear voices. There is a name for people who hear voices, you know.
Geryon smiled. I'm not really crazy, Zakath. I get a little distracted once in a while, but I've still got a fairly firm grip on reality.
There was a sudden shocking sound that echoed through Geryon's head like an explosion. What was that? Zakath exclaimed.
You heard it too? Geryon was amazed. You shouldn't have been able to hear it.
It shook the earth, Geryon. Look there.
Zakath pointed off toward the north, where a huge pillar of fire was soaring up toward the murky, starless sky.
What is it?
Aunt Paul did something. She's never that clumsy. Listen. The baying of the hound, which had been coming closer and closer as they had been speaking, had broken off into a series of pained yelps. It probably hurt his ears, Geryon said. I know it hurt mine. The hound took up his baying again, and his howls were soon joined by others. The sound began to fade off toward the north and the boiling column of fire. Let's go back, Geryon said. I don't think we need to keep watch here anymore. Belgarath and Belden were both pale and shaken, and even Dernick seemed awed.
She hasn't done anything that noisy since she was about 16, Belden said, blinking in astonishment. He looked suspiciously at Dernick. Have you gone and got her pregnant?
Even in the faint light from the overcast sky, Geryon could see his friend blushing furiously.
What would that have to do with it?
Belgarath asked.
Oh, it's only a theory of mine, Belden said. I can't prove it, because Polgara is the only sorceress I know right now, and she's never been in that condition.
I am sure you will get around to explaining it, eventually.
It's not that complicated, Belgarath. A woman's body gets a little confused when she's carrying a child. It does some peculiar things to her emotions and her thought processes. Focusing the will takes control and concentration. A pregnant woman might just lose her grip on that sort of thing. You see,
he went on at some length to describe the physical, emotional, and intellectual changes involved in pregnancy. He spoke in matter-of-fact, even graphic terms. After a moment, Thenedra and Velvet withdrew, firmly taking Eriond with them. A moment later, Dernick joined them.
Did you work this out all by yourself? Belgarath asked. It gave me something to speculate about while I was watching the cave where Zadar had hidden Torak.
It took you 500 years, then?
I wanted to be sure I'd covered all of the possibilities, Belden shrugged.
Why didn't you just ask Paul? She could have told you immediately.
Belden blinked.
I never thought of that,
he admitted. Belgarath walked away, shaking his head. Some time later they heard a sudden screeching bellow coming from the west through the murky sky. "Everybody get down," Belgarath hissed, "and keep quiet."
"What is it?"
Zakath exclaimed. "Be still," Belden snapped. "She'll hear you." From overhead there came the flap of vast wings and a sooty orange bellow of fire. Then the huge beast flew on, screeching and belching out flames.
"What was it?"
Zakath repeated.
"Xandramos," Geryon whispered. "Keep your voice down. She might come back."
They waited.
"She seems to be going toward all the noise Paul kicked up,"
Belgarath said in a low voice.
"At least she's not looking for us," Silk said with some relief.
"Not yet, anyway."
"That wasn't actually a dragon, was it?"
Zakath asked the old man.
"No, not really. Geryon was right. It was Xandramos. That's her other form. Isn't it just a bit ostentatious? Xandramos seems to have urges in that direction. She can only go for so long without doing something spectacular. It might have something to do with the fact that she is a woman."
"I heard that, Belgarath."
Sinedra's voice came threateningly from the far side of the clearing.
"Maybe it didn't come out exactly the way I had intended," he half apologized.
The snowy owl came drifting through the forest of dead trees. She hovered for a moment near the fire, then shimmered back into her own form.
"What did you do out there, Paul?"
Belgarath asked her. "I found a dormant volcano," she replied, taking her cloak from Dernick and wrapping it around her shoulders. "I reignited it. Did the hounds go off to investigate?"
"Almost immediately,"
Geryon assured her.
"So did Xandramos," Silk added.
"Yes, I saw her." She smiled faintly. "It worked out rather well, actually. When she gets there, she will probably find the hounds slinking around and decide to do something about them. I don't think they'll be bothering us any more, and I am sure Xandramos would be filled with chagrin if she found out that she's helping us."
"Were you that clumsy on purpose, Paul?" Belden asked her.
"Of course. I wanted to make enough noise to draw off the hounds, and any Grolums who might be in the area. Xandramos was just a bonus. Could you build up the fire again, dear?" she said to Dernick. "I think it's safe now to start thinking about supper."
They broke camp early the next morning. Polgara's volcano was still belching smoke and ash high into the air, where they mingled with the pervading overcast to cause a sullen kind of gloom. The murky air reeked of sulfur.
"Flying in that isn't going to be very enjoyable," Belden said sourly.
"We need to know what's ahead," Belgarath told him.
"I know that," Belden replied. "I'm not stupid, you know. I was just making an observation." He bent slightly, changed form, and drove himself into the air with powerful strokes of his wings.
"I would pay a fortune to have a hawk like that," Zakath said wistfully. "You might have trouble training him," Belgarath said. "He is not the most tractable bird in the world."
"And the first time you tried to hood him, he would probably rip off one of your fingers," Polgara added. It was nearly noon when Belden returned, flying hard. "Get ready," he shouted, almost before he had completed the change. "Temple guardsmen, about 10, just over that rise. They are coming this way, and they've got a hound with them." Geryon reached for his sword, and he heard Zakath's blade come whistling out of its sheath. "No," he said sharply to the Malloreon. "Stay out of it."
"Not a chance,"
Zakath replied.
"I'll take care of the dog," Tzadi said, reaching into the pouch at his belt for some of the powder he had used so effectively in Coranda. They spread out with their weapons in their hands as Erion led the women to the rear. The hound came over the hill first, and it stopped when it saw them. Then it wheeled and loped back. "That's it," Belgorod said. "They know we are here now." The guardsmen came over the top of the hill at a rolling trot. Geryon noticed that they were not carrying lances, but each mail-clad man held a sword and wore a shield. They paused for a moment to assess the situation. Then they charged. The hound came first, running smoothly and with his lips peeled back from his teeth in a fearful snarl. Tzadi spurred forward to meet him, holding a fistful of the powder. When the hound reared up on its hind legs to drag the eunuch from his saddle, Tzadi coolly hurled the powder full into the animal's face. The hound shook his massive head, trying to clear his eyes. Then he sneezed once. His eyes grew wide, and his snarl turned into a terrified whimper. He shrieked suddenly, a dreadful, half-human sound. Then he turned and fled, howling in terror. "Let's go," Geryon barked, and he charged toward the oncoming guardsmen. These were more serious opponents than the Darshivan soldiers had been, so the choices in dealing with them were greatly reduced. One, somewhat larger than his fellows, and astride a heavy-bodied war-horse, was leading the charge, and Geryon cut him out of his saddle with a single stroke of Iron Grip's great sword. Geryon heard the sound of steel on steel off to his left, but he dared not take his eyes off the still-charging guardsmen. He chopped two more from their saddles, and Gretchen crashed into the horse of a third, sending the rider and his mount tumbling. Then Geryon was through the ranks of their enemies, and he wheeled around. Zakath was being hard-pressed by two mailed men. He had, it appeared, already felled a third, but then the other two had come at him, one from either side. Geryon kicked at Gretchen's flanks, intending to go to his friend's aid, but Toth was already there. With one huge hand he plucked one of Zakath's attackers from his saddle and hurled him head-first at a large boulder at the side of the road. Zakath turned on his other enemy, deftly parried a couple of strokes, then smoothly ran the man through. Silk's daggers were already doing their deadly work. One guardsman was aimlessly riding around in a circle, doubled over in his saddle and clutching at the dagger hilt protruding from his stomach. The acrobatic little Drasnian then leaped from his horse and landed behind the saddle of a confused guardsman. With a wide sweep of his arm, Silk drove a dagger into the side of the man's neck. Blood gushed from the guardsman's mouth as he fell to the ground. The remaining two armored men tried to flee, but Dernick and Belden were already on them, clubbing at them with cudgel and axe. They tumbled senselessly from their horses and lay twitching in the dirt of the road. "Are you all right?" Geryon asked Zakath.
"I'm fine, Geryon."
The Malloreon was breathing hard, though.
"Your training seems to be coming back to you."
"I had a certain amount of incentive."
Zakath looked critically at the bodies littering the road.
"When this is all over, I think I'll order this organization disbanded," he said. "The notion of private armies offends me for some reason."
"Did any of them get away?" Silk asked, looking around.
"Not a one," Dernick told him.
"Good. We wouldn't want somebody going for help." Silk frowned. "What were they doing this far south?" he asked.
"Probably trying to stir up enough trouble to draw the Darshivan troops away from Irvan's main body," Belgorod replied. "I think we will have to be alert from now on. This whole area could be crawling with soldiers at any time now."
He looked at Belden.
"Why don't you have a look around? See if you can find out what Irvan's up to and where the Darshivans are. We don't want to get caught between them."
"It's going to take a while," the hunchback replied.
Darshiva is a fairly large place.
You had better get started then, hadn't you? They took shelter that night in the ruins of another village. Belgarath and Geryon scouted the surrounding region, but found it to be deserted. The following morning, the two wolves ranged out ahead of the rest of the party, but again they encountered no one. It was almost evening when Belden returned.
Ervon outflanked your army, he told Zakath. He's got at least one general who knows what he's doing. His troops are in the Delesian Mountains now, and they're coming south at a forced march. Ateska had to stay near the coast to meet the Darshivans and their elephants.
Did you see Ervon? Belgarath asked him. Belden cackled an ugly little laugh.
Oh, yes. He's absolutely mad now. He's got 24 soldiers carrying him on a throne, and he's doing parlor tricks to demonstrate his divinity. I doubt if he could focus enough of his will right now to wilt a flower.
Is Nehaz with him? Belden nodded.
Right beside him, whispering in his ear. I'd say he needs to keep a tight grip on his plaything. If Ervon starts giving the wrong orders, his army could wind up wandering around in those mountains for a generation.
Belgarath frowned. This doesn't exactly fit, he said. Every bit of information we picked up pointed to the probability that Nehaz and Morja were concentrating on each other.
Maybe they've already had it out,
the hunchback shrugged.
And Morja lost.
I doubt it. That sort of thing would have made a lot of noise, and we would have heard it.
Who knows why demons do anything?
Belden scowled, scratching at his matted hair.
Let's face it, Belgarath. Zandramoss knows that she has to go to Kel. So does Nehaz. I think this is turning into a race. We are all trying to be the first one to get to Soradis.
I get the feeling that I am overlooking something, Belgarath said. Something important.
You'll think of it. It might take you a couple of months, but you'll think of it.
Belgarath ignored that. The heavy pall of smoke and ash began to subside as evening drew on, but the prevailing gloom of thick overcast remained. Darshiva was still a land of dead trees, fungus, and stagnant water. Increasingly, that last became a problem. The supplies of water they had carried with them from the Malloreon camp on the shores of the Magan had long since been exhausted. As night fell, the others continued along the road, and Belgarath and Geryon ranged ahead as wolves again, searching this time not so much for trouble as for fresh water. Their sharp noses easily detected the stale reek of long-standing pools, and they passed them without slowing. It was in a blasted forest of long dead trees that Geryon encountered another wolf. She was gaunt and bedraggled, and she limped painfully on her left front paw. She looked at him warily, baring her teeth in warning. He sat down on his haunches to show his peaceable intent.
"What is it you do here?"
she asked him in the language of wolves. "I am going from one place to another place," he replied politely. "I have no intention to hunt in this place, which is yours. I seek only clean water to drink."
"Clean water comes from the ground on the other side of that high place."
She glanced toward a hill deeper in the forest. "Drink your fill." "I have others with me as well," he told her.
"Your pack?"
She came cautiously closer to him and sniffed.
"You have the scent of the man-things about you," she accused.
"Some of those in my pack are man-things," he admitted. "Where is your pack?"
"Gone,"
she told him.
"When there were no longer creatures to hunt in this place. They went into the mountains."
She licked at her injured foot.
"I could not follow."
"Where is your mate?"
"He no longer runs or hunts."
I visit his bones sometimes."
She said it with such simple dignity that a lump caught in Gerion's throat.
"How do you hunt with that hurt in your paw?" "I lie in wait for unwary things. All are very small. I have not eaten my fill for many seasons." "Grandfather,"
Gerion sent his thought out, "I need you."
"Trouble?"
The old man's thought came back. "Not that kind. Oh, I found water, by the way. But don't come in here running. You will frighten her."
"Her?"
"You will understand when you get here."
"To whom were you speaking?"
she asked. "You heard?" He was startled.
"No, but your manner was that of one who is speaking."
"We can talk of that after some time has passed. My pack leader is coming to this place. He must make the decisions."
"That is only proper."
She lay down on her belly and continued to lick at her paw. "How did you come to be hurt?"
"The man-things conceal things beneath the leaves. I stepped on one of those things and it bit my paw. Its jaws were very strong."
Belgarath came trotting through the dead forest. He stopped and dropped to his haunches, his tongue lolling out. The she-wolf laid her muzzle submissively on the ground in a gesture of respect.
"What's the problem?"
Belgarath's thought came to Gerion. She caught her foot in a trap. Her pack left her behind and her mate died. She is crippled and starving.
"It happens sometimes."
"I'm not going to leave her behind to die." Belgarath gave him a long, steady look.
"No," he replied. "I don't imagine you would. And I would think less of you if you did."
He approached the she-wolf.
"How is it with you, little sister?"
he asked in the language of wolves, sniffing at her.
"Not well, revered leader,"
she sighed.
"I will not hunt much longer, I think."
"You will join my pack, and we will see to your hurt. We will bring you such meat as you require. Where are your young? I can smell them on your fur."
Gerion gave a startled little whine.
"There is but one remaining,"
the she-wolf replied,
"and he is very weak."
"Take us to him. We will make him strong again."
"As you decide, revered leader,"
she said with automatic obedience.
"Paul,"
Belgarath sent out his thought,
"come here. Take your mother's form."
The note of command in his voice was incisive and far more wolf-like than human. There was a startled silence. "Yes, father," Belgarath replied. When she arrived a few moments later, Gerion recognized her form from the characteristic white streak above her left brow. "What is it, father?" she asked.
"Our little sister here is hurt. It is her left front paw. Can you fix it?"
She approached the she-wolf and sniffed at the paw. "It's ulcerated," she said with her thought. "Nothing seems to be broken. Several days with a poultice ought to do it."
"Fix it, then. She also has a puppy. We will need to find him as well."
She looked at him, a question in her golden eyes.
"She and her puppy are joining our pack. They will be going with us."
Then he sent his thought to her.
"It is Gerion's idea, actually. He refuses to leave her behind."
"It's very noble, but is it practical?"
"Probably not. But it is his decision. He thinks it is the right thing to do, and I more or less agree with him.
You are going to have to explain some things to her, though.
She doesn't have much reason to trust man, and I don't want her to go into a panic when the others catch up with us."
He turned to the she-wolf.
"Everything will be well again, little sister. Now, let us go find your young one."
Chapter 21. The half-grown pup was so emaciated that it could not stand. So, Polgara resorted to the simple expedient of picking it up by the scruff of its neck between her jaws and carrying it out of the den. "Go meet the others," she instructed Geryon. "Don't let them get too close until I've had time to talk with our little sister here. Bring back food, though. Put as much as you can carry in a sack and come right back." "Yes, Aunt Paul." He loped back toward the road, changed into his own form, and waited for his friends. "We've got a little bit of a problem," he told them when they arrived. "We've found an injured female just up ahead in those woods. She's starving, and she has a young one as well."
"A baby?"
Zenedra exclaimed. "Not exactly," he said, going to one of the food packs and beginning to load a stout canvas bag with meat and cheese.
"Well, you just said—"
"It's a puppy, Zenedra. The female is a she-wolf."
"What?"
"It's a wolf. She got her paw caught in a trap. She can't run, so she can't hunt. She'll be coming with us, at least until her paw heals."
"But—"
"No buts. She's coming with us. Dernick, can you work out some way we can carry her without having the horses go wild?"
"I'll think of something," the smith replied. "Under the circumstances, don't you think this altruism might be misplaced?" Tzadi asked mildly.
"No," Geryon said, tying the top of the sack shut. "I don't. There's a hill in the middle of those woods. Stay on this side of it until we can persuade her that we don't mean to harm her. There's water there, but it's too close to her den. We'll have to wait a bit before we can water the horses."
"What's got you so angry?" Silk asked him.
"If I had the time, I'd look up the man who set that trap and break his leg. In several places. I've got to go back now. She and the puppy are very hungry."
He slung the sack over his shoulder and stalked off. His anger was, he knew, irrational, and there had not really been any excuse for being surly with Zenedra and the others, but he could not have helped himself. The wolf's calm acceptance of death and her mourning for her lost mate had torn at his heart, and anger kept the tears out of his eyes. The sack was awkward to carry, once he had changed form, and it kept throwing him off balance, but he stumbled on with his head held high to keep his burden from dragging on the ground. Polgara and Belgoroth were talking with the she-wolf when he reached the den again. The injured wolf had a skeptical expression in her eyes as she listened.
"She can't accept it," Polgara said. "Does she think you're lying?" Geryon asked, dropping the sack. "Wolves don't understand the meaning of that word. She thinks we are mistaken. We are going to have to show her. She met you first, so she might trust you a little more. Change back. You will need your hands to untie the knot in that sack anyway." "All right." He drew his own image in his imagination, and changed.
"How remarkable,"
the she-wolf said in amazement. Belgoroth looked at her sharply.
"Why did you say that?" he asked her.
"Did you not find it so?"
"I am accustomed to it. Why did you choose those particular words?"
"They came to me. I am no pack leader, and I have no need to choose my word with care in order to protect my dignity."
Geryon had opened the sack, and he laid meat and cheese on the ground in front of her. She began to eat ravenously. He knelt beside the starving pup and began to feed him, being careful to keep his fingers away from the needle-sharp teeth. "A little bit at a time," Polgara cautioned. "Don't make him sick." When the she-wolf had eaten her fill, she limped to the spring which came bubbling out from between two rocks, and drank. Geryon picked up the puppy and carried him to the spring so that he could also drink.
"You are not like the other man-things,"
the she-wolf observed. "No," he agreed.
Not entirely.
Are you mated?
She asked. Yes.
To a wolf? Or to one of the shes of the man-things?
To one of the shes of this kind. He tapped his own chest.
Ah. And does she hunt with you?
Our shes do not usually hunt.
What useless things they must be.
The wolf sniffed disdainfully.
Not altogether.
Dernick and the others are coming, Polgara said. Then she looked at the she-wolf. The others of our pack are coming to this place, little sister. They are the man-things of which I spoke. Do not be afraid of them, for they are like this one. She pointed her nose at Geryon. Our leader here and I will now also change our forms. The presence of wolves alarms the beasts we have with us, and they must drink from your water. If it please you, will you go with this one who fed you, so that our beasts may drink?
It shall be as you say,
the she-wolf replied. Geryon led the limping wolf away from the spring, carrying the now drowsy puppy in his arms. The puppy raised his muzzle, licked Geryon's face once, and then fell asleep. Dernick and Toth set up their camp near the spring, while Ariond and Silk watered the horses and then took them back to picket them in the woods. After a while, Geryon led the now wary she-wolf toward the fire. It is time for you to meet the other members of our pack, he told her, for they are now your pack mates as well.
This is not a natural thing,
she said nervously, as she limped along at his side. They will not harm you, he assured her. Then he spoke to the others. Please, stand very still, he told them. She will want to smell each of you so that she can recognize you later. Don't try to touch her, and when you speak, do it quietly. She's very nervous right now. He led the wolf around the fire, allowing her to sniff at each of his companions.
What's her name?
Sinedra asked, as the she-wolf sniffed at her little hand. Wolves don't need names.
We have to call her something, Geryon. May I hold the puppy?
I think she'd rather you didn't just yet. Let her get used to you first.
This one is your mate?
The she-wolf said.
I can smell your scent on her.
Yes, Geryon agreed.
She's very small. I see now why she can't hunt. Is she fully grown?
Yes, she is.
Has she had her first litter yet?
Yes.
How many puppies?
1.
1 only?
The wolf sniffed.
I have had as many as 6. You should have chosen a larger mate. I am sure she was the runt of her litter. What is she saying?
Sinedra asked. It wouldn't translate, Geryon lied. After the wolf had grown a little more at ease, Polgara boiled a number of herbs in a small pot, mixed them with a paste of soap and sugar, and applied the poultice to the wolf's injured paw. Then she wrapped the paw in a clean white cloth. Try not to lick this or chew it off, little sister, she instructed. It will not taste good, and it needs to stay where it is to heal your hurt.
One is grateful,
the wolf replied. She looked into the dancing flames of the fire.
That is a comforting thing, is it not?
She observed. We find it so, Polgara said.
You man-things are very clever with your forepaws.
They are useful, Polgara agreed. She took the sleeping puppy from Geryon's arms and nestled him beside his mother.
I will sleep now,
the wolf decided. She laid her muzzle protectively on her puppy's flank and closed her eyes. Dernick motioned to Geryon and led him aside. I think I've come up with a way to bring her along, without frightening the horses.
I can make sort of a sled for her to ride in. I'll put a long enough tow rope on it to keep her smell away from them, and I'll cover her and her puppy with an old horse blanket. Well, she might make them a little jumpy at first, but they'll get used to her."
The smith looked gravely at his friend.
"Why are we doing this, Gerion?" he asked.
"I couldn't bear the thought of just leaving the two of them here. They would have both died before the week was out."
"You're a good man," Dernick said simply, putting his hand on Gerion's shoulder. "You're decent as well as brave."
"I'm a Sindar,"
Gerion shrugged.
"We are all like that."
"But you're not actually a Sindar, you know."
"That's how I was raised, and that's all that matters, isn't it?" The sled Dernick contrived for the wolf and her puppy the next morning had wide-set runners and was built low to the ground, so there was little chance of its overturning.
"It might be better if it had wheels," he admitted. "But I don't have any wheels to work with, and it would take too long to make some."
"I'll ransack the next village we come to," Silk told him. "Maybe I can find a cart of some kind." They rode out, slowly at first, until they saw that the sled ran smoothly on the damp earth of the road, and then they moved on at their usual canter. Silk was checking a map as he rode along. "There's a fair-sized town just up ahead," he told Belgarath. "I think we could use some up-to-date information about now, don't you?" "Why is it that you absolutely have to go into every town we pass?" Belgarath asked him. "I'm a city dweller, Belgarath," the little man replied in an offhand manner. "I get edgy if I can't walk on cobblestones every so often. Besides, we need supplies. Gerion's wolf eats a great deal. Why don't the rest of you go out in a wide circle around the place, and we will catch up with you on the other side?" "We?" Gerion asked him. "You're coming along, aren't you?" Gerion sighed. "I guess so. You always seem to get into trouble if we let you go off alone." "Trouble?" Silk said innocently. "Me?" Zakath rubbed at his stubbled chin.
"I'll come too," he said. "I don't look that much like the coins anymore."
He glared briefly at Belgarath.
"How can you stand this?"
he demanded, scratching vigorously at his face.
"The itching is about to drive me wild."
"You get used to it," Belgarath told him. "I wouldn't feel right if my face didn't itch." The place appeared to be a market town that had at some time in the past been fortified. It crouched atop a hill, and it was surrounded by a thick stone wall with watchtowers at each corner. The pervading overcast that seemed to cover all of Darshiva made the town look gray and dismal. The gate was unguarded, and Silk, Gerion, and Zakath clattered on through into what appeared to be a deserted street. "Let's see if we can find somebody," Silk said. "If not, we can at least ransack a few shops for the food we'll need."
"Don't you ever pay for anything, Keldar?"
Zakath asked him with some asperity. "Oh, not if I don't have to. No honest merchant ever passes up an opportunity to steal. Let's push on, shall we?"
"This is a very corrupt little man, do you know that?"
Zakath said to Gerion. "We have noticed that from time to time." They rounded a corner and saw a group of men in canvas smocks loading a wagon under the direction of a sweating fat man. Silk reined in his horse. "Where are all the people, friend?" he called to the fat man.
"Gone. Fled to either Gandahar or Dorlesia."
"Fled? What for?"
"Where have you been, man? Urvan is coming."
"Really? I hadn't heard that."
"Everybody in Darshiva knows it."
"Xanthra Moss will stop him," Silk said confidently.
Xandromos isn't here, the fat man suddenly bawled at one of his workers. Be careful with that box. The things in there are breakable. Silk led the others closer. Where did she go? Xandromos, I mean. Who knows? Who cares? There's been nothing but trouble in Darshiva ever since she gained control of the country. The fat man mopped at his face with a soiled kerchief. You'd better not let the Grolums hear you talking like that. Grolums, the fat man snorted. They were the first ones to run. Ivan's army uses Darshivan Grolums for firewood. Why would Xandromos leave when her country is being invaded? Who knows why she does anything? The fat fellow looked around nervously, then spoke in a quiet voice. Just between you and me, friend, I think she's mad. She heard some kind of ceremony at Hemel. She stuck a crown on the head of some archduke from Melsina and said that he is the Emperor of Malloreon. He will be a head shorter when Khal Zakath catches up with him, I'd wager. I'd like to put some money on the same proposition, Zakath agreed quietly. Then she gave a speech in the temple at Hemel, the fat man went on. She said that the day is at hand. Grolums of every stripe have been saying that the day is at hand for as long as I can remember. Every one of them seems to be talking about a different day, though. Anyway, she came through here a few days ago and told us all that she was going to the place where the new god of Angrak will be chosen. She held up her hand and said, And this is a sign to you that I shall prevail. It gave me quite a turn at first, let me tell you. There were swirling lights under her skin. I thought for a while that there was really something significant about it, but, my friend, the apothecary who keeps the shop next to mine, he told me that she is a sorceress and she can make people see anything she wants them to see. That explains it, I guess. Did she say anything else? Silk asked him intently. Only that this new god of hers will appear before the summer is gone. Oh, let's hope that she's right, Silk said. That might put an end to all of this turmoil. I doubt it, the fat man said moodily. I think we are in for a long siege of trouble. Was she alone? Garion asked him. No. She had her bogus emperor with her, and that white-eyed Grolum from the temple at Himmel, the one who follows her around like a tame ape. Anyone else? Only a little boy. I don't know where she picked him up. Just before she left, she told us that the army of Irvan the disciple was coming, and she ordered the whole populace to go out and block his path. Then she left, going that way. He pointed off toward the west. Well, my friends and I, we all sort of looked at each other for a while. Then everybody grabbed up whatever he could carry and bolted. We are not stupid enough to throw ourselves in the path of an advancing army, no matter who orders us to. How is it that you stayed behind? Silk asked him curiously. This is my shop, the fat man replied in a plaintive tone. I've worked all my life to build it up. I wasn't going to run off and let the riff-raff from the gutters loot it. Now they're all gone, so it's safe for me to make a run for it with whatever I can salvage. A lot of what I'll have to leave behind won't keep anyway, so I'm not losing very much. Oh, Silk said, his pointed nose twitching with interest. What is it you deal in, friend?
General merchandise. The fat man looked critically at his workmen.
Stack those boxes closer together, he shouted. There's still a lot left to go in that wagon.
What sort of general merchandise? Silk pressed.
Household goods, tools, bolts of cloth, foodstuffs, that sort of thing.
Well now, Silk said, his nose twitching even more violently. Maybe you and I can do some business. My friends and I have a long way to go, and we are running a little short of supplies. You mentioned foodstuffs. What sort of foodstuffs? The merchant's eyes narrowed.
Bread, cheese, butter, dried fruit, hams. We've even got a fresh side of beef. I warn you, though, those things are going to cost you very dearly. Food is very scarce in this part of Darshiva.
Oh, Silk said blandly. I don't think they'll cost all that much, unless you plan to wait here to greet Horvan when he arrives. The merchant stared at him in consternation. You see, my friend, Silk continued, you have to leave, and very soon, I think. That wagon of yours won't carry everything you've got in your shop, and your team isn't going to be able to move very fast, not the way you are loading the wagon. My friends and I have fast horses, though, so we can afford to wait a little longer. After you leave, we might just browse through your shop for the things we need. The merchant's face went suddenly very pale.
That's robbery,
he gasped. Why, yes, Silk admitted blandly. I believe some people do call it that. He paused for a moment to allow the merchant time to understand the situation fully. The fat man's face grew anguished. Then Silk sighed. Unfortunately, I am cursed with a delicate conscience. I can't bear the thought of cheating an honest man, unless I absolutely have to. He lifted a pouch from his belt, opened it, and peered inside. I seem to have 8 or 10 silver half-crown in here, he said. What would you say to 5 of them, for everything my friends and I can carry?
That's outrageous,
the merchant spluttered. With some show of regret, Silk closed the pouch and tucked it away under his belt. I guess we'll just have to wait, then. Do you think you and your men will be much longer?
You're robbing me,
the merchant wailed. No, not really. The way I see it, what we have here is a buyer's market. That's my offer, friend. 5 silver half-crowns. Take it, or leave it. We will wait over there across the street while you decide. He turned his horse and led Geryon and Zakath toward a large house on the other side of the street. Zakath was trying very hard to stifle a laugh as they dismounted. We're not quite done yet, Silk muttered. It needs just one more little touch. He went up to the locked door of the house, reached into his boot and took out a long, pointed needle. He probed at the lock for a moment, and it snapped open with a solid-sounding click. We will need the table and 3 chairs, he told them. Bring them out. Set them up in front of the house. I will rummage around and find the other things we'll need. He went into the house. Geryon and Zakath went into the kitchen and carried out a fair-sized table. Then they went back for chairs.
What is he up to?
Zakath asked with a look of bafflement on his face. He's playing, Geryon said with a certain disgust. He does that from time to time during his business dealings. They carried out the chairs and found Silk waiting for them. Several bottles of wine and 4 goblets sat on the table. All right, gentlemen, the little Drasnian said. Seat yourselves and have some wine. I'll be right back. I want to check on something I saw at the side of the house.
He went around the corner and came back after a few minutes with a broad smirk on his face. He sat, poured himself a goblet of wine, leaned back in his chair, and put his feet up on the table with the air of a man planning to make a long stay of it. "I give him about 5 minutes," he said.
"Who?"
Geryon asked.
"The merchant," Silk shrugged. "He will only be able to watch us sitting here for so long, and then he will start to see things my way."
"You are a cruel, cruel man, Prince Keldar."
Zakath laughed. "Business is business," Silk replied, taking a sip of his wine. "This really isn't bad, you know," he said, holding up his goblet to admire the color of the wine. "What were you doing around at the side?" Geryon asked him. "There's a carriage house there, with a large lock on the door. You don't flee a town and lock a door unless there is something valuable behind it, do you? And besides, locked doors always pique my curiosity." "So, what was inside?" "Rather a nice little cabriolet, actually." "What's a cabriolet?" "A two-wheeled carriage." "And you are going to steal it?" "Of course. I told the merchant over there that we would take only what we could carry. I didn't tell him how we were going to carry it. Besides, Durnick wanted wheels to make something to carry your wolf in. That little carriage could save him all of the trouble of building things. Friends should always help their friends, right?" As Silk had predicted, the merchant can only bear watching the three of them lounging at the table across from his shop for just so long. As his men finished loading the wagon, he came across the street.
"All right,"
he said sullenly.
5 half-crowns, but only so much as you can carry, mind."
"Oh, trust me," Silk told him, counting out the coins on the table. "Would you care for a glass of wine? It's really quite good." The merchant snatched up the coins and turned without answering. "We'll lock up for you when we leave," Silk called after him. The fat man did not look back. After the merchant and his men had ridden off down the street, Silk led his horse around to the side of the house while Geryon and Zakath crossed the street to plunder the fat man's shop. The little two-wheeled carriage had a folding top and a large leather-covered box across its back. Silk's saddle-horse looked a bit uncomfortable between the shafts of the carriage, and the sense of being followed by the wheeled thing definitely made him nervous. The box across the back of the cabriolet held an astonishing amount of supplies. They filled it with cheeses, rolls of butter, hams, slabs of bacon, and several bags of beans. Then they filled up the empty spaces with loaves of bread. When Geryon picked up a large bag of meal, however, Silk firmly shook his head. "No," he said adamantly. "Why not?" "You know what Polgara makes with ground meal. I'm not deliberately going to volunteer to eat gruel for breakfast every morning for the next month. Let's get that side of beef instead." "We won't be able to eat all of that before it goes bad," Geryon objected. "We have these 2 mouths to feed, remember. I have seen your wolf and her puppy eat. The meat won't have time to go bad, believe me." They rode out of town with Silk idly lounging in the seat of the little carriage with the reins held negligently in his left hand. In his right, he held a wine bottle. "Now, this is more like it," he said happily, taking a long drink. "I'm glad you are enjoying yourself," Geryon said a little tartly. "Oh, I am," Silk replied. "But after all, Geryon, fair is fair. I stole it, so I get to ride in it." Chapter 22. The others were clustered in the yard of an abandoned farmstead a league or so beyond the town. "I see you've been busy," Belgarath observed, as Silk drove the little carriage up and stopped. We needed something to carry the supplies in, Silk replied glibly. Of course. I hope you were able to find something beside beans, Tzadi said. Soldiers' rations tend to grow monotonous after a while. Silk swindled a shopkeeper, Geryon said, opening the leather-covered box at the back of the carriage. We did rather well, actually. Swindled? Silk protested. Didn't you? Geryon moved the side of beef so that Polgara could look into the box. Well, I suppose so, Silk admitted. But swindled is such an awkward way to sum up. It's perfectly all right, Prince Kaldar, Polgara almost purred, as she took a mental inventory of the items in the box. To be honest with you, I don't care how you came by all of this. He bowed. My pleasure, Polgara, he said grandly. Yes, she said absently. I'm sure you enjoyed it. What did you find out? Belden asked Geryon. Well, for one thing, Sandra Moss is ahead of us again, Geryon replied. She went through here a few days ago. She knows that Ervon's army is coming down through the mountains. He might be moving a little faster than we thought, though, because she's ordering the civilian population to delay him. They are more or less ignoring her. Wise decision, Belden grunted. Anything else? She told them that this is all going to be settled before the summer's over. That agrees with what Saradis told us at Ashaba, Belgarath said. All right, then. We all know when the meeting's going to happen. The only thing that's left to find out is where. That's why we're all in such a hurry to get to Kel, Belden said. Saradis is sitting on that information like a mother hen on a clutch of eggs. What is it? Belgarath burst out irritably. What's what? I'm missing something. It's something important. It's something you told me. I've told you lots of things, Belgarath. You don't usually listen, though. This was a while back. It seems to me we were sitting in my tower talking. We've done that from time to time over the last several thousand years. No, this was more recent. Eriond was there, and he was just a boy. That would put it at about 10 years or so ago, then. Right. What were we doing 10 years ago? Belgarath began to pace up and down, scowling. I had been helping Dernick. We were making Poledra's cottage livable. You had been here in Malloreon. Belden scratched reflectively at his stomach. I think I remember the time. We were sharing a cask of ale you had stolen from the twins, and Eriond was scrubbing the floor. What were you telling me? Belden shrugged. I'd just come back from Malloreon. I was describing conditions here and telling you about the Sardian, although we didn't know very much about it at that point. No, Belgarath shook his head. That wasn't it. You said something about Kel. Belden frowned, thinking back. It must not have been very important, because neither of us seems to be able to remember it. It seems to me it was just something you said in passing. I say a lot of things in passing. They help to fill up the blank spaces in a conversation. Are you certain it was all that important? Belgarath nodded. I am sure of it. All right. Let's see if we can track it down. Won't this wait, Father? Polgara asked. No, Paul. I don't think so. We are right on the edge of it, and I don't want to lose it again. Let's see, Belden said. His ugly face creased with thought. I came in, and you and Eriond were cleaning.
You offered me some of the ale you had stolen from the twins. You asked me what I had been doing since Belgarion's wedding, and I told you I'd been keeping an eye on the Angarax. Yes, Belgarath agreed. I remember that part. I told you that the Murgos were in general despair about the death of Tarargus, and that the Western Grolums had gone to pieces over the death of Torak. Then you told me about Zakath's campaign in Tolmurgos, and about how he had added the Kal to his name.
That actually wasn't my idea,
Zakath said with a slightly pained look.
Bredor came up with it, as a means of unifying Malloreon society.
He made a wry face.
It didn't really work all that well, I guess.
Things do seem a bit disorganized here, Silk agreed.
What did we talk about then?
Belgarath asked. Well, Belden replied, as I remember it, we told Ariond the story of Omimbre, and then you asked me what was going on in Meloria. I told you that things were all pretty much the same, that the bureaucracy's the glue that holds everything together, that there were plots and intrigues in Malsina and Malzeth, that Koranda and Darshiva and Gandahar were on the very verge of open rebellion, and that the Grolums... He stopped, his eyes suddenly going very wide.
Are still afraid to go near Kel,
Belgarath completed in a shout of triumph. That's it! Belden smacked his forehead with his open palm. How could I have been so stupid? He exclaimed. Then he fell over on his back, howling with laughter and kicking at the ground in sheer delight. We've got her, Belgarath, he roared. We've got them all. Xandramas, Urban, even Agachek. They can't go to Kel. Belgarath was also laughing uproariously.
How did we miss it?
Father, Polgara said ominously, this is beginning to make me cross. Will one of you please explain all of this hysteria? Belden and Belgarath were capering hand in hand in a grotesque little dance of glee. Will you two stop that? Polgara snapped. Oh, this is just too rare, Paul, Belden gasped, catching her in a bear hug. Don't do that. Just talk. Oh, right, Paul, he said, wiping the tears of mirth from his eyes. Kel is the holy place of the Dals. It's the center of their whole culture. Yes, Uncle, I know that. When the Angarax overran Dalasia, the Grolums came in to erase the Dalesian religion and to replace it with the worship of Torak, the same way they did in Koranda. When they found out the significance of Kel, they moved to destroy it. The Dals had to prevent that. So they put their wizards to work on the problem. The wizards laid curses on the entire region around Kel. He frowned. Maybe curses isn't the right word, he admitted. Enchantments might be closer, but it amounts to the same thing. Anyway, since the Grolums were the real danger to Kel, the enchantments were directed at them. Any Grolum who tries to approach Kel is struck blind. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier? She asked him tartly. I've never really paid that much attention to it. I probably even forgot about it. I don't bother to go into Dalasia because the Dals are all mystics and mysticism has always irritated me. The seers all talk in riddles, and necromancy seems like a waste of time to me. I wasn't even sure if the enchantments really worked. Grolums are very gullible sometimes. A suggestion of a curse would probably work just as well as a real one.
You know, Belgarath mused, I think the reason we missed it was because we've been concentrating on the fact that Irvan, Xandramas, and Agachak are all sorcerers,
We kept overlooking the fact that they are also Grolems.
Is this curse, or whatever you call it, aimed specifically at the Grolems?
Geryon asked.
Or would it affect us too?
Belden scratched at his beard. It's a good question, Belgarath. That's not the sort of thing you'd want to risk lightly. Senjay. Belgarath snapped his fingers. I didn't quite follow that. Senjay went to Kel, remember? And even as inept as he is still a sorcerer. Well, that's it then, Belden grinned. We can go to Kel, and they can't. They'll have to follow us for a change. What about the demons? Dernick asked soberly. Nahaz is already marching toward Kel, and as far as we know, Zandramas has Morja with her. Will they be able to go to Kel? What I'm getting at is that even if Irvon and Zandramas can't go there, couldn't they just send the demons instead to get the information for them?
Belden shook his head.
It wouldn't do them any good. Sorceress won't let a demon anywhere near her copy of the Malloreon Gospels. No matter what other faults they have, the seers refuse to have anything to do with the agents of chaos. Could she prevent either of the demons from just taking what they want, though? Dernick looked worried. Let's face it, Belden. A demon is a fairly awful thing. She can take care of herself, Belden replied. Don't worry about Sorceress.
Master Belden, Zakath objected. She's little more than a child, and with her eyes bound like that, she is utterly helpless.
Belden laughed coarsely. Helpless? Sorceress? Man, are you out of your mind? She could probably stop the sun if she needed to. We can't even begin to make guesses about how much power she has.
I don't understand.
Zakath looked baffled.
Sorceress is the focus of all of the power of her race, Zakath,
Polgara explained.
Not only the power of the dolls who are presently alive, but also that of all of them who have ever lived.
Or who might live in the future, for all we know, Belgarath added.
Well, that's an interesting idea, Belden said. We might want to discuss it someday. Anyway, he continued to Zakath, Sorceress can do just about anything she has to do to make sure the final meeting takes place at the correct time and the correct place. Demons aren't a part of that meeting, so she'll probably just ignore them, and if they get too troublesome, she'll just send them back where they came from.
Can you do that?
Belden shook his head.
But she can.
I think so, yes.
I'm having a little trouble with all of this, Silk admitted. If none of the Grolems can go to Kel without going blind, and if the demons aren't going to find out anything, even if they do go there, why are they all running toward it, and what good is it going to do them?
They are putting themselves into a position where they can follow us when we come out, Belgarath replied. They know we can go there, and that we will find out where the meeting is going to take place. They probably plan to tag along behind when we leave.
That's going to make it very nervous. When we leave Kel, isn't it? We'll have half the Grolems in the world right behind us.
Everything will work out, Silk, Belgarath replied confidently.
Fatalism does not fill me with confidence at this point, old man, Silk said acidly. Belgarath's expression became almost beatific.
Trust me, he said.
Silk glared at him, threw his arms in the air, and then stomped away, swearing under his breath.
You know, I've been wanting to do that to him for years, the old man chuckled, his blue eyes twinkling. I think it was actually worth the wait.
All right, let's get things together again and move on. They transferred some of the supplies from the box across the back of the little carriage to the pack horses, and then Dernick stood considering the vehicle thoughtfully. "It's not going to work," he said. "What's wrong with it?" Silk asked him, a bit defensively. "The horse has to be hitched between those shafts. If we put the wolf on the seat, she'll be right behind him. He'll bolt at that point. Nothing could stop him." I suppose I didn't think of that," Silk said glumly.
"It's the smell of the wolf that sends horses into such a panic, isn't it?"
Velvet asked. "That and the snapping and snarling," Dernick replied.
"Belgarian can persuade her not to snap and snarl."
"What about the smell?" Silk asked.
"I'll take care of that."
She went to one of the packs and removed a small glass bottle.
"I expect you to buy me some more of this, Prince Keldar,"
she said firmly.
"You stole the wrong kind of carriage, so it's up to you to replace what I have to use to smooth over your blunder."
"What is it?" he asked suspiciously.
"Perfume, Keldar, and it's dreadfully expensive."
She looked at Geryon, her smile dimpling her cheeks.
"I will need you to translate for me. I would not want the wolf to misunderstand when I start to sprinkle this on her."
"Of course." When the two of them returned from the sled-like contraption the wolf and her puppy were riding in, they found Sinedra firmly ensconced on the front seat of the smart little carriage.
"This will do very nicely, Prince Keldar,"
she said brightly.
"Thank you, ever so much."
"But—"
"Was there something?"
she asked, her eyes wide. Silk's expression grew surly, and he wandered away, muttering to himself. "His mourning has taken a turn for the worse, hasn't it?" Zakath observed to Geryon.
"He's doing all right,"
Geryon replied.
"He's got all the entertainment out of cheating that merchant, and stealing the carriage. He gets unbearable if he has too many successes in a row. Sinedra and Lizelle usually manage to let the air out of him, though."
"You mean they cooked all that up between them?"
"They didn't have to. They've been doing it for so long now that they don't even have to discuss it anymore."
"Do you think Lizelle's perfume will work?"
"Well, there's one way to find out,"
Geryon said.
They transferred the injured wolf from the sled to the front seat of the two-wheeled carriage, and dabbed some perfume on the bridge of the horse's nose. Then they stepped back and looked closely at the horse, while Sinedra held the reins tightly. The horse looked a bit suspicious, but did not panic. Geryon went back for the puppy and deposited him in Sinedra's lap. She smiled, patted the she-wolf on the head, and shook the reins gently.
"That's really unfair," Silk complained to Geryon, as they all moved out in the Raven Queen's wake.
"Did you want to share that seat with the she-wolf?"
Geryon asked him.
Silk frowned.
"I hadn't thought of that, I guess," he admitted.
"She wouldn't really bite me, though, would she?" "I don't think so. But then, you never know with wolves."
"I think I'll stay where I am, then."
"That might be a good idea."
"Aren't you just a little worried about Sinedra? That wolf could eat her in 2 bites."
"No, she won't do that. She knows that Sinedra's my mate, and she sort of likes me."
"Sinedra's your wife," Silk shrugged. "If the wolf bites her in 2, I suppose Polgara could put her back together again." As they started out, a thought came to Geryon. He rode forward and fell in beside Zakath.
"You are the Emperor of Malloreon, right?"
"How nice of you to notice finally," Zakath replied dryly.
"Then how is it that you didn't know about that curse Belden was talking about?"
"As you may have noticed, Geryon, I pay very little attention to the Grolums. I knew that most of them would not go there, but I thought it was just a superstition of some kind.
A good ruler tries to know everything he can about his kingdom, Geryon said, then realized how priggish that sounded. Sorry, Zakath, he apologized. That didn't come out exactly the way I'd intended it to.
Geryon, Zakath said patiently. Your kingdom's a small island. I'd imagine you know most of your subjects personally.
Well, a lot of them by sight, anyway.
I thought you might. You know their problems, their dreams, and their hopes, and you take a personal interest in them.
Well, yes, I suppose I do.
You are a good king, probably one of the best in the world. But it is very easy to be a good king when your kingdom is so small. You have seen my empire, though. Part of it, anyway. And I'm sure you have at least some idea of how many people live here. It would be utterly impossible for me to be a good king. That is why I'm an emperor instead.
And a god?
Geryon asked slyly. No. I'll leave that particular delusion to Irvan and Zandramas. People's wits seem to slip a bit when they aspire to divinity. And believe me, I need all my wits about me. I found that out after I had wasted half my life trying to destroy Taurogas.
Geryon, dear,
Zenedra called from the carriage.
Yes?
Could you come back here a moment? The wolf is whimpering a little, and I don't know how to ask her what the trouble is.
I'll be right back,
Geryon said to Zakath,
turning Gretchen around and trotting back to the carriage. Sinedra sat in the carriage with the wolf pup in her lap. The little creature lay blissfully on his back with all four paws in the air, while she scratched his furry tummy. The she-wolf lay on the seat beside her. The wolf's ears were twitching and her eyes were mournful.
"Are you in pain?"
Geryon asked her.
"Does this she of yours always talk this much?"
she whined. It was impossible to lie, and evasion was almost as much out of the question.
"Yes," he admitted.
"Can you make her stop?"
"I can try." He looked at Senedra. "The wolf is very tired," he told her. "She wants to go to sleep."
"I'm not stopping her."
"You've been talking to her," he pointed out gently.
"I was only trying to make friends with her, Geryon."
"You are already friends. She likes you. Now let her go to sleep." Senedra pouted.
"I won't bother her,"
she said, sounding a bit injured.
"I'll talk to the puppy instead."
"He's tired too?"
"How can they be so tired in the daytime?"
"Wolves usually hunt at night. This is their normal sleeping time."
"Oh, I didn't know that. All right, Geryon. Tell her that I'll be quiet while they sleep."
"Little sister," he said to the wolf, "she promises not to talk to you if your eyes are closed." The wolf gave him a puzzled look. "She will think you're sleeping." The wolf managed to look shocked.
"Is it possible, in the language of the man-things, to say that which is not truth?"
"Sometimes."
"How remarkable. Very well. If it is the rule of the pack, I will do this. It is, however, very unnatural."
"Yes, I know."
"I will close my eyes,"
the wolf said.
"I will keep them closed all day, if it will keep her from chattering at me."
She let out a long sigh and closed her eyes.
"Is she asleep?"
Sinedra whispered.
I think so,
Geryon whispered back. Then he turned and rode back to the head of the column. The countryside grew more hilly and broken as they rode west. Although the overcast continued to be as heavy as before, there appeared to be some hint of light along the western horizon as afternoon progressed. They clattered across a stone bridge that arched over a tumbling stream.
"It smells clean, Belgarath," Dernick said. "I think it's coming down out of the mountains."
Belgarath squinted up the gully from which the stream emerged. "Why don't you have a look?" he suggested. "See if there's a place to make camp. Good water has been hard to find, so let's not pass any up."
"I was thinking the same thing myself."
Then the smith and his towering mute friend rode off upstream. They set up camp for the night several hundred yards up the gully, where a bend in the stream had opened out a kind of curved gravel bench. After they had watered the horses and set up the tents, Polgara began cooking supper. She cut steaks from the side of beef and made a thick soup of dried peas, seasoned with chunks of ham. Then she set a large loaf of dark peasant bread near the fire to warm, humming to herself all the while. As always, cooking seemed to satisfy some deep-seated need in her. The supper which came from her fire that evening was of near banquet proportions, and evening was settling in as they finished eating and leaned back contentedly.
"Very good, Paul," Belden belched. "I guess you haven't lost your touch after all."
"Thank you, Uncle," she smiled. Then she looked at Ariond. "Don't get too comfortable," she told him. "At least not until you have finished helping with the dishes." Ariond sighed and took a bucket down to the stream for water. "That used to be my job," Geryon told Zakath. "I'm glad there's someone younger along this time."
"Isn't that women's work?"
"Would you like to tell her that?"
Now that you mention it, perhaps not."
"You learn very fast, Zakath."
"I don't believe I've ever washed a dish. Not in my entire life."
"I've washed enough for both of us. And I wouldn't say that too loudly. She might decide that it's time for you to learn how." Geryon gave Polgara a speculative sidelong glance. "Let's go feed the wolf and her puppy," he suggested. "Idleness in others irritates Aunt Paul for some reason, and she can almost always think of things for people to do." "Geryon, dear," Polgara said sweetly as they rose, "after the dishes are done, we will need water for bathing." "Yes, Aunt Paul," he said automatically. "You see," he muttered to the Emperor of Malloreon, "I knew we hadn't moved quite fast enough."
"Do you always do what she asks? And does she mean me to?"
Geryon sighed. "Yes," he replied, "on both counts." They rose early the next morning, and Belden soared off to scout on ahead, while the rest ate breakfast, struck camp, and saddled their horses. The damp, sullen chill which had hovered over this desolate countryside was now edged with a drier kind of cold as the prevailing wind swept down from the summits of the Dalesian mountains. Geryon pulled his cloak about him and rode on. They had gone only a league or so when Belden spiraled down out of the overcast sky.
"I think you'd better turn south," he advised. "Irvan's just ahead, and his whole army's right behind him."
Belgarath swore.
"Well, there's more," the hunchback told him. "The Darshivans managed to get past Ateska, or through him. They're coming up from behind. The elephants are leading the march. We are right between two armies here."
"How far ahead of us is Irvan?" Belgarath asked him.
6 or 8 leagues. He's in the foothills of the mountains."
"And
How far behind us are the elephants? About 5 leagues. It looks to me as if they're going to try to cut Irvan's column off. There's no help for it, Belgarath. We are going to have to run. We have to get out of the middle of this before the fighting starts. Is Tuska pursuing Xandramas's army? Zakath asked intently. No. I think he followed your orders and pulled back to the enclave on the bank of the Magnan. Belgarath was still swearing. How did Irvan get this far south so fast? He muttered. He's killing his troops by the score, Belden replied. He's making them run, and Nahaz has his demons whipping them along. I guess we don't have any choice, Belgarath said. We will have to go south. Toth, will you be able to lead us to Kel if we go into the mountains down near the border of Gandahar? The big mute nodded, then gestured to Dernick. It's going to be more difficult, though, the smith translated. The mountains are very rugged down there, and there's still a lot of snow at the higher elevations.
We'll lose a lot of time, grandfather, Girion said.
Not as much as we will lose if we get caught in the middle of a battle. All right, let's go south.
In a moment, father, Polgara said. Senedra, she called. Come up here. Senedra shook her reins and drove her carriage up to where they stood. Polgara quickly explained the situation to her. Now then, she said, we need to know exactly what they are doing and what they are planning to do, both armies. I think it is time for you to use my sister's amulet.
Why didn't I think of that? Belgarath said, sounding a bit embarrassed. You were too busy trying to remember all the swear words you've ever heard, Belden suggested.
Can you do that, and drive the carriage at the same time? Polgara asked the little queen.
I can try, Lady Polgara.
Senedra sounded a little dubious. She lifted the sleeping puppy out of her lap and laid him beside his mother. Let's move out, Belgarath said. They turned off the road and jolted across an open field through long, dead grass. After they had gone a short distance, Senedra called to Polgara.
It's not working, Lady Polgara. I need both hands on the reins of this rough ground.
They reined in.
It's not that big a problem,
Velvet said.
I will lead the carriage horse, and Senedra can concentrate on what she is doing.
It's a little dangerous, Lizelle, Belgarath objected. If that carriage horse shies, he will jerk you out of the saddle and the carriage will run right over you.
Have you ever seen me fall off of a horse, Ancient One? Don't worry, I'll be perfectly fine.
She rode over to the carriage horse and took hold of his reins. They started out slowly, and then gradually picked up speed. Polgara rode beside the carriage, and Senedra, a little frown of concentration on her face, kept her hand on the amulet chained about her throat. "Anything?" Polgara asked.
I'm hearing a lot of random conversation, Lady Polgara,
the little queen replied.
There are great numbers of people out there. Wait a minute. I think I have pinpointed Nahaz. That's not the sort of a voice you forget.
She frowned.
I think he's talking to Urvan's generals. They have had the hounds out, so they know the elephants are coming.
Will you be able to come back to them? Belgarath asked her.
I think so. Once I find somebody, I can usually locate him again very quickly.
Good. See if you can find out if the Darshivan generals know that Urvan is just ahead of them. If there is going to be a battle, I want to know exactly where it's going to happen. Senedra turned slightly, her amulet clenched tightly in her fist. She closed her eyes. After a moment, she opened them.
I do wish they would be still,
she fretted. Who? Silk asked her.
The elephant herders. They babble worse than the old women. Wait, there they are. I've got them now.
She listened for a few moments as the carriage jolted along over the rough ground.
"The Darshivan officers are very worried," she reported. "They know that Urvan's army is somewhere in the mountains, but they don't know his exact location. None of their scouts came back to report."
"The hounds are probably seeing to that," Silk said. "What are the Darshivans planning?" Belgarath asked.
"They are undecided. They're going to push on cautiously and send out more scouts."
"All right. Now see if you can go back to Nahaz."
"I'll try."
She closed her eyes again.
"Oh, that's revolting,"
she exclaimed after a moment. "What is it, dear?" Polgara asked her.
"The Karans have found a narrow gorge. They're going to lure the elephants into it and then roll boulders and burning bushes down on them from the top."
She listened for a few moments longer.
"Once they have eliminated the elephants, the whole army is going to charge down out of the foothills and attack the rest of the Darshivans."
"Is Urvan there?" Belden asked, his eyes intent.
"No. He is off to the side someplace. He's raving."
"I think you had better go find that gorge," Belgarath told the dwarf. "That's where the battle's going to be, and I want to be sure it's behind us, and not on up ahead somewhere." "Right," Belden agreed, crouching and spreading his arms. "Keep in touch," he suggested, even as he began to change form. They rode along at a careful walk, and Geryon buckled on his shield. "Do you really think that's going to help if we run into an entire army?" Zakath asked him.
"It may not help much, but it won't hurt."
Belgarath rode now with his face lifted toward the murky sky. Geryon could feel the old man's thought reaching out. "Not so loud, father," Polgara cautioned. "We have got Grolums all around us." "Good," he replied. "None of them will be able to tell who is making the noise. They will all think it's just another Grolum." They rode on slowly, with all of them watching the old sorcerer. "North," he exploded finally. "Belden has found the gorge where the ambush is. It is behind us. A little hard riding now, and we will be completely clear of both armies." "Why don't we just sort of step right along, then?" Silk suggested. Chapter 23. They galloped south through the desolate countryside of western Darshiva, with Velvet once again leading Tinedra's horse. The little queen clung to the side of the carriage with one hand, and kept the other on her amulet.
"The Darshivans still don't know that Urvan's waiting in the ambush for them,"
she called. "I'd imagine they'll find out before too long," Silk called back.
"How far is it to the border of Gandahar?"
Geryon asked Zakath. "I would guess about 20 leagues.
"Grandfather, do we really have to go that far south?"
"Probably not," the old man replied. "Belden's on up ahead. As soon as we are well past Urvan's scouts, he'll lead us up into the mountains. I don't have any particular urge to explore Gandahar, do you?"
"Not really, no."
They rode on. The overcast grew perceptibly thicker, and Geryon felt the first drops of a chill rain striking his face. They crested a hill, and Belgarath rose in his stirrups, the better to see what lay ahead. "There," he said, pointing. "He's circling." Geryon peered out across the shallow valley on the far side of the hill. A solitary bird, hardly more than a minuscule black speck in the distance, swung almost lazily in the air. They plunged down the hill, and the bird veered and flew off toward the west with slow strokes of his wings. They turned and followed. The intermittent rain turned to a chilly drizzle, obscuring the surrounding countryside with its filmy haze. "Don't you just love to ride in the rain?" Silk said with heavy irony.
Under the circumstances, yes, Tzadi replied. Rain's not quite as good as fog, but it does cut down the visibility, and there are all manner of people looking for us.
You've got a point there, Silk admitted, pulling his cloak tighter about him. The terrain grew increasingly rugged with outcroppings of weathered stone jutting up out of the ground. After about a half-hour of hard riding, Belden led them into a shallow gully. They rode on, and the gully walls grew progressively steeper and higher. Soon they were riding up a narrow rocky ravine. It was mid-afternoon by now, and they were all thoroughly soaked. Geryon wiped his face and peered ahead. The sky to the west appeared to be growing lighter, giving promise of clearing. He had perhaps not even been aware of how much the prevailing gloom hanging over Darshiva had depressed him. He urged Chrétien into a run. Somehow he seemed to feel that once they reached the sunlight again, they would be safe. He rounded a bend in a ravine and saw Belden standing in the trail ahead of them. The dwarf's matted hair hung in scraggly wet strands about his shoulders, and his beard was dripping.
"You'd better slow down," he growled at them. "I could hear you coming for a mile, and we're not alone in these foothills."
Regretfully, Geryon reined Chrétien in.
"Exactly where does this ravine lead?"
Belgarath asked the hunchback.
"It twists and turns a lot, but eventually it opens out onto a ridge top. The ridge runs north and south. If we follow it north, we'll come to the main caravan route. That's the fastest way down into Delasia."
"Everybody else knows that, too."
"Well, that's all right. We'll be at least a day ahead of them. They still have a battle to fight."
"Are you going to scout ahead again?"
"Not until the rain lets up. My feathers are wet. It would take a derrick to get me off the ground again. Oh, one other thing. When we get to that ridge, we're going to have to be careful. A couple of leagues north, it runs just a few miles above the spot where Nahaz has his ambush set up."
"Your choice of a route leaves a lot to be desired," Belgarath said. "If someone down there happens to look up, we'll have half of Ervan's army all over us."
"Not unless they can fly. An earthquake went through here a few thousand years ago, and it sliced off the side of that ridge. It's a very steep cliff now."
"How high?"
"High enough. 1,000 feet or so."
"How far is it to the caravan route?"
"About 15 leagues from the place where we'll come out on that ridge."
"North of Ervan's army, then?"
"Quite a bit north, yes."
"Why did Nahaz pass it by? Why didn't he just turn west?"
"He probably didn't want the Darshivans and their elephants coming up behind him. Besides, he's a demon. I'd guess he just couldn't bring himself to pass up the chance for a mass slaughter."
"Maybe. Do you think the battle's going to start this afternoon?"
"I doubt it. Elephants don't move all that fast, and the Darshivans are moving cautiously. They'll stop for the night soon. First thing tomorrow morning, though, things are going to start getting noisy."
"Maybe we can get past the place where the ambush is set up during the night."
"I wouldn't advise it. You won't be able to light any torches, and that cliff's a sheer drop. If you ride off the edge of it, you'll bounce all the way back to the Magan."
Belgarath grunted. "Are you sure you can't fly?"
"Not a chance. Right now you couldn't get me into the air with a catapult."
"Why don't you change into a duck?"
"Why don't you mind your own business?"
"All right, Geryon," Belgarath said, with some resignation. "I guess it is up to us, then."
He slid down out of his saddle and walked on up the ravine. Geryon sighed, dismounted, and followed him. They ranged out ahead, searching the soggy terrain with their ears and noses. It was almost evening when the walls of the ravine began to fan out, and they could see the line of the ridge top ahead. They reached it and loped north through the gradually diminishing drizzle.
"Grandfather,"
Geryon said.
"I think that's a cave over there."
He pointed with his muzzle at an opening in the rock.
"Let's look."
The opening of the cave was narrow, not much more than a wide crack, and the cavern did not open up noticeably inside. It was deep, however, running far back into the rock. It seemed more like a long corridor than a room.
"What do you think?"
Geryon asked, as the two of them stood at the entrance peering back into the darkness.
"It's a place to get in out of the weather, and it is a good place to hide for the night. Go get the others, and I'll see if I can get a fire started."
Geryon turned and loped back down the ridge. The rain was definitely slacking off now, but the wind was coming up and it was getting colder. The others were coming warily up out of the ravine when Geryon reached them.
"Another cave,"
Silk said plaintively, when Geryon told them what he and Belgarath had found.
"I'll hold your hand, Keldar,"
Velvet offered.
"Oh, I appreciate the gesture, Lyselle, but I don't think it's going to help very much. I loathe caves."
"Someday you will have to tell me why."
"No, I don't think so. I don't like to talk about it. I don't even like to think about it."
Geryon led them to the narrow track atop the ridge. Sinedra's carriage jolted over the rocky ground. The smug look that had come over her face when she had expropriated the vehicle had evaporated, and she rode with resignation, wincing at every bump. "That's not much of a cave," Belden said critically, when they reached the opening in the rock.
"Feel free to sleep outside,"
Belgarath told him. "We're going to have to put blinders on the horses to get them inside," Dernick noted. "They'll take one look at that opening and flatly refuse even to try it."
"I feel much the same way myself," Silk said. "Sometimes it is surprising just how intelligent horses really are."
"We're not going to be able to get the carriage inside," Sadi said. "We can cover it with tent canvas and sprinkle dirt over it," Dernick said. "It won't really be visible, at least not in the dark."
"Let's get started," Belgarath said. "I think we want to be inside before it gets much darker."
It took the better part of half an hour to get the bulky horses into the narrow cave. Then Dernick covered the entrance with tent canvas, and went back outside to help Ariond and Toth conceal the carriage. The she-wolf had limped into the cave, followed by her frolicsome pup. Now that he was being fed regularly, the previously listless animal had turned playful. His mother, too, Geryon noted, had begun to fill out again, and her fur was glossy and less matted.
"An excellent den," she observed. "Will we hunt from here?"
"No, little sister,"
Polgara replied, stirring the small pot of simmering herbs on the fire.
"We have things that must be done in another place. Let me have a look at your hurt."
Obediently, the wolf lay down by the fire and extended her injured paw. Polgara gently unwrapped it and examined the ulcers.
"Much better," she said. "It's nearly healed. Does it still cause you pain?"
"Pain is to be endured,"
the wolf replied indifferently.
"It is of no moment."
"The amount of pain, however, tells us how much longer it will be until the hurt is gone."
"That is true,"
the wolf admitted.
"I have observed the same thing myself, in times past. The pain is less now. The hurt is going away, I think."
Polgara bathed the injured paw in the pungent juice from her pot, then mixed the pulped herbs with soap and sugar, packed it over the wound, and replaced the bandage. "We will not have to do this again, little sister," she told her patient. The hurt is nearly gone."
"I am grateful,"
the wolf said simply.
"Will I be able to walk when it grows light again? The thing which runs on round feet is most uncomfortable to sit in, and the she who makes it run talks much."
"Sit in it one more time while it is light," Polgara advised. "Give the hurt that much more time to go away." The wolf sighed and laid her chin on her paws. They carried water from a nearby spring, and Polgara cooked supper. After they had eaten, Belgarath rose to his feet. "Let's have a look around," he said to Geryon. "I want to get an idea of what we are dealing with." Geryon nodded and stood up. The two of them went outside the cave, carrying Silk's supper out to him. The little man had volunteered, enthusiastically, Geryon thought, to stand watch. "Where are you going?" he asked, sitting down on a rock to eat. "We're going to nose around a bit," Belgarath replied. "Good idea. You want me to come along?" "No. You had better stay here and keep your eyes open. Warn the others if anybody comes up the ridge." Then the old man led Geryon a few hundred feet up the ridge line, and the two of them made the change into their other forms. Geryon had changed back and forth so many times in the past few months that at times the distinction between the two shapes had begun to blur, and oftentimes, even when he was in his human form, he found himself thinking in the language of wolves. He loped along behind the great silver wolf, considering this peculiar loss of identity. Belgarath stopped. "Keep your mind on what we are doing," he said. "Your ears and nose won't be much good to us if you are wool gathering." "Yes, revered pack leader,"
Geryon replied, feeling very embarrassed. Wolves seldom needed reprimanding, and they were covered with shame when it happened. When they reached the spot where the side of the ridge had been sheared away by the earthquake, they stopped. The foothills that sloped down toward the plain were dark. Irvan's army was obviously under orders to build no fires. Out on the plain itself, however, the watchfires twinkled in profusion, like small orange stars.
"Zandramas has a big army,"
Geryon sent his thought quietly to his grandfather. "Yes," the old man agreed. "That battle tomorrow morning might take quite a while. Even Nahaz's demons are going to need a lot of time to kill that many people."
"The longer the better. They can take all week if they want to. We could be halfway to Kel by then."
Belgarath looked around. "Let's go on up the ridge a ways and have a look."
"All right."
Despite Belden's warning that there might be scouts from the two armies here in the higher foothills, the two wolves encountered no one. "They probably went back to report," Geryon heard Belgarath's voice speaking in his mind. "They'll be out again, first thing in the morning, most likely. Let's go on back to the cave and get some sleep." They rose early the following morning, long before first light. They were all subdued as they ate breakfast. Although the two armies facing each other below them were composed entirely of enemies, none of them took any particular pleasure in the prospect of the bloodshed the day would bring. After breakfast, they carried out the packs and their saddles, and, last of all, they let out the horses. "You are quiet this morning, Geryon," Zakath said, as the two were saddling their mounts.
"I was just wondering if there might be some way to stop what's going to happen today."
"Not really," Zakath told him. "Their positions are too firmly fixed. It's too late to turn back now. The Darshivans will advance, and Irvan's army will ambush them. I have organized enough battles to know that at a certain point things become inevitable."
"The way Tulmardu was?"
"Tulmardu was a blunder," Zakath admitted.
I should have gone around Senedra's army, instead of trying to go through it. The Grolums had me convinced that they could hold that fog in place all day. I should have known better than to believe them. And I definitely should not have underestimated the Asturian bowmen. How can they possibly shoot arrows that fast?
There's a knack to it. Laldoran showed me how it's done.
Laldoran?
An Asturian friend of mine.
We have always been told that Arians are stupid to the point of imbecility.
Well, they're not overly bright, Garion admitted. Maybe that's what makes them such good soldiers. They don't have enough imagination to be afraid.
He smiled in the darkness.
Mandaralan can't even conceive of the possibility that he could lose a fight. He would attack your whole army, all by himself.
The Baron of Vomandor? I know his reputation.
Zakath laughed wryly.
It's entirely possible that he would win, you know.
Oh, don't ever tell him that. He has enough problems as it is, Garion sighed. I wish he were here, though. And Barak and Hetar. Even Relg.
Relg?
He's an Ulgo mystic. He walks through rock.
Zakath stared at him.
I don't know how, so don't ask me. I saw him stick a Grolum into a large boulder once. Then he just left him there with only his hands sticking out.
Zakath shuddered.
They mounted and rode slowly up the ravine, with Senedra's carriage jolting along behind them. The sky gradually grew lighter overhead, and Garion saw that they were approaching the edge of the cliff that overlooked the site of the impending battle.
Belgarath, Zakath said quietly, would you mind a suggestion?
I'll always listen to suggestions.
This is probably the only place where we will be able to see what's going on down below. Wouldn't it be a good idea to stop and make sure that the armies down there are fully engaged before we move on? If the Darshivans outflank Korvan's ambush, we will have them no more than a few leagues behind us. We will need to run at that point.
Belgarath frowned. You might be right, he conceded. It never hurts to know the whole situation. He reined in. All right, he said. We will stop here and go ahead on foot. There is cover enough at the edge of that cliff so that we can watch without being seen. He swung down from his horse. The ladies and I will wait here, father, Polgara told him. We have seen battles before. I don't think we need to watch another one. She glanced at Ariond. You stay with us, too, she told him. Yes, Polgara. The rest of them moved forward at a crouch and took cover behind the few boulders at the edge of the cliff. The gloomy overcast that hung perpetually over Darshiva covered the blasted and decaying plain below with a sullen twilight. Out on the plain, Garion could make out tiny-appearing figures, moving forward at what seemed no more than a crawl.
I think I have detected a flaw in what was otherwise an excellent plan,
Zakath said wryly.
They are too far away to make out any details.
I can take care of that, Belden growled. A hawk's eyes are about 10 times more acute than a man's. I can circle over them at a few 100 feet and pick out every detail.
Are you sure your feathers are dry?
Belgarath asked. That's why I slept near the fire last night.
All right. Keep me advised.
Naturally. The grim hunchback crouched and blurred. With an agile leap, the hawk settled atop a boulder, his fierce eyes looking out over the plain. Then he spread his wings and dropped headlong off of the cliff.
You people always take that so casually,
Zakath noted.
"It's not really that," Sadi murmured, rubbing his scalp. "It's just that we are numb. The first time I saw him do it, my hair stood on end, and for me, that's a neat trick."
"Urvan's army is hiding in shallow pits along the ridge-tops on either side of that long gorge." Belgarath repeated the silent words of the hawk, soaring through the murky air far below them. "And the elephants are moving directly toward the same gorge." Zakath leaned out over the edge and looked down. "Careful," Geryon said, catching the Malloreon's arm with one hand.
"It is a long way down,"
Zakath agreed.
"All right, then. Now I see why the Darshivans are making for that gorge. It branches at the foot of this cliff, and one branch goes north. It probably connects with the main caravan route."
He thought about it.
"It's actually a good strategy. If Nehaz had not driven his troops so hard, the Darshivans would have reached the caravan route first, and they could have set up an ambush of their own."
He pulled back away from the edge of the cliff.
"That is one of the reasons I always hate to operate in rough terrain. I got a number of very nasty surprises in Tol Murgos."
"The elephants are starting to form up into a column," Belgarath reported. "And the rest of the Darshivans are strung out behind them."
"Are they putting out scouts?"
Zakath asked. "Yes, but they're only scouting along the floor of the gorge. A few of them went up to the ridge-tops, but the hounds eliminated those." They waited as Belden circled above the two armies.
"They're committed now,"
Belgarath said sadly. "The elephants are starting into the gorge."
"I feel a little sorry for the elephants," Dernick said. "They didn't volunteer for this. I wish they didn't plan to use fire on them." "It's very standard, Goodman," Zakath said calmly. "Fire's the only thing elephants are really afraid of. They will stampede back down the gorge."
"Right through the Darshivans," Silk added in a slightly sick voice. "Nehaz should get his fill of blood today."
"Do we really have to watch this?" Dernick asked.
"We have to wait until it gets started," Belgarath replied.
"I think I'll go back and wait with Paul,"
the smith said, edging back from the cliff top. Then he and Toth went on down the ridge.
"He's a very gentle person, isn't he?"
Zakath said. "Usually," Geryon replied. "When it's necessary, though, he can do what needs doing." "You remember the time he chased that Murgo into a quicksand bog?" Silk said with a shudder. "And then watched him sink."
"It shouldn't be too long now,"
Belgarath said tensely.
"The last of the elephants just entered the gorge."
They waited. For some reason, Geryon felt suddenly cold. Then, even though what was happening was more than a league away, they heard a thunderous rumbling sound as Urvan's troops began to roll huge boulders down on the advancing elephants. Faintly they could hear the agonized screams of the huge beasts. Then smoke and flame began to boil up out of the gorge as the brutish Karans rained huge piles of burning brush down on the helpless animals. "I think I've seen enough," Sadi said. He rose and went back down the ridge. The surviving elephants, looking almost like ants in the distance, wheeled and fled in panic back down the gorge, and the agonized squeals of the animals were suddenly accompanied by human screams as the great beasts crushed their way through rank after rank of Darshivan soldiers. Belden came soaring up from below and settled back on the boulder from which he had started. "What's that?" Silk exclaimed. "There, at the mouth of the gorge. There seemed to be some vast disturbance in the murky air at the edge of the plain, a sort of shimmering filled with flickering, rainbow-hued light, and sullen flashes of heat lightning. Then, quite suddenly, the disturbance coalesced into a nightmare. "Balar," Silk swore. "It's as big as a barn." The thing was hideous. It had a dozen or more snake-like arms that writhed and lashed at the air. It had 3 blazing eyes, and a vast muzzle filled with great fangs. It towered over the elephants and kicked them aside contemptuously with huge clawed feet. Then with thunderous stride it started up the gorge, walking indifferently through the flames, and paying no more attention to the boulders bouncing off its shoulders than it might have to snowflakes. "What is that thing?" Sakath asked in a shaken voice. "That is Morja," Belgarath told him. "I have seen him before, in Morindland, and that is not the sort of face one forgets." The demon in the gorge was reaching out with his many arms now, catching whole platoons of Karans in his clawed hands, and almost casually hurling them with terrific force against the surrounding rocks. "It looks to me as if the tide of battle just turned," Silk said. "What is our general feeling about leaving? Along about right now?" The demon Lord Morja raised his huge muzzle and thundered something in a language too hideous for human comprehension. "Stay put," Belgarath ordered, catching Silk's arm. "This isn't played out yet. That was a challenge, and Nehaz won't be able to refuse it." Another of those flickering disturbances appeared in the air above the upper end of the gorge, and another towering form appeared out of its center. Geryon could not see its face, a fact for which he was profoundly grateful, but it too had snaky arms growing in profusion from its vast shoulders. "Thou darest to face me, Morja," it roared in a voice which shook the nearby mountains. "I do not fear thee, Nehaz," Morja bellowed back. "Our enmity hath endured for 1,000,000 years. Let it end here. I shall carry word of thy death back to the King of Hell, and bear thy head with me as proof of my words." "My head is thine," Nehaz said with a chilling laugh. "Come and take it, if thou canst." "And thou wouldst bestow the stone of power on the mad disciple of maimed Tarak?" Morja sneered. "Thy sojourn in the land of the Morindom hath bereft thee of thy wits, Morja. The stone of power shall be mine, and I shall rule these ants that creep upon the face of this world. I will raise them like cattle, and feed upon them when I hunger." "How wilt thou feed, Nehaz, without thy head? It is I who will rule and feed here, for the stone of power shall lie in my hand." "That we will soon discover, Morja. Come, let us contend for a head, and for the stone we both desire." Suddenly, Nehaz spun about, his baleful eyes searching the top of the cliff where Geryon and his friends lay hidden. A volcanic hiss burst from the demon's distorted lips. "The child of light," he roared. "Praise the name of the King of Hell, who hath brought him within my reach. I will rend him asunder and seize the stone which he carries. Thou art doomed, Morja. That stone in my hand shall be thy undoing." With hideous speed, the demon Lord Nehaz clambered over the tumbled rocks at the foot of the cliff and reached out with his dozens of clawed hands at the sheer rock face. His vast shoulders heaved.
"He's climbing straight up the rock!" Silk exclaimed in a strangled voice. "Let's get out of here!"
The demon Lord Morja stood for a moment in stunned chagrin, and then he too ran forward and began to claw his way up the face of the cliff. Geryon rose to his feet, looking down at the two vast monsters clambering up the sheer rock. He felt a peculiar detachment as he reached back over his shoulder and drew his sword. He untied the leather sleeve covering the hilt and slipped it off. The orb glowed, and when he took the sword in both hands, the familiar blue flame ran up the blade.
"Geryon,"
Sakath exclaimed. "They want the orb," Geryon said grimly. "Well, they are going to have to take it, and I may have something to say about that." But then Dernick was there. His face was calm, and he was stripped to the waist. In his right hand he carried an awesome sledgehammer that glowed as blue as Geryon's sword.
"Excuse me, Geryon," he said in a matter-of-fact tone, "but this is my task."
Polgara had come with him, and her face showed no fear. She had drawn her blue cloak about her, and the snowy lock at her brow glowed.
"What's happening here?"
Belgarath demanded. "Stay out of it, Father. This is something that has to happen." Dernick advanced to the edge of the cliff and looked down at the two horrors struggling up the sheer face toward him.
"I abjure ye," he said to them in a great voice. "Return to the place from whence ye came, lest ye die."
Overlaying his voice was another voice, calm, almost gentle, but with a power in it that shook Geryon as a tree is shaken by a hurricane. He knew that voice.
"Begone,"
Dernick commanded, emphasizing that word with a dreadful blow of his sledge that shattered a boulder into fragments. The demons clawing their way up the cliff hesitated. At first, it was barely perceptible. At first, it seemed that Dernick was only swelling his chest and shoulders in preparation for an impossible struggle. Then Geryon saw his oldest friend begin to grow. At 10 feet, the smith was awesome. At 20, he was beyond belief. The great hammer in his hand grew with him, and the blue nimbus about it grew more intense as he expanded and grew, thrusting the sullen air aside with his massive shoulders. The very rocks seemed to cringe back from him, as with long sweeps of his dreadful glowing hammer he loosened his arm. The demon Lord Morja paused, clinging to the rock. His bestial face suddenly showed fear. Again Dernick destroyed whole square yards of rock with a single ringing blow. Nahaz, however, his eyes ablaze and empty of thought, continued to slather and claw his way up the rock face, screeching imprecations in that dreadful language which only demons know.
"So be it, then,"
Dernick said, and the voice in which he spoke was not his own, but that other, more profound voice, which rang in Geryon's ears like the very crack of doom. The demon Lord Morja looked up, his terrible face filled with terror. Then, suddenly, he released his grip on the face of the rock cliff, to topple and tumble to the rocks below, howling, and with his multitudinous arms covering his scabrous head he fled. Nahaz, however, his blazing eyes filled with madness, continued to sink his claws into naked rock, and to haul his vast body up the cliff. Almost politely, it seemed, Dernick stepped back from the awful brink, and wrapped both enormous hands about the glowing handle of his sledge.
"Dernick," Silk cried, "no, don't let him get his feet under him."
Dernick did not reply, but a faint smile touched his honest face. Again he tested his vast hammer, swinging it in both hands. The sound of its passage through the air was not a whistle, but a roar. Nehaz clambered up over the edge of the cliff and rose enormously, clawing at the sky and roaring insanely in the hideous language of the demons. Dernick spat on his left hand, then on his right. He twisted his huge hands on the handle of his sledge to set them in place. Then he swung a vast overhand blow that took the demon lord full in the chest. "Be gone!" the smith roared in a voice louder than thunder. The sledge struck fiery sparks from the demon's body, sullen orange sparks that sizzled and jumped on the ground like burning roaches. Nehaz screamed, clutching at his chest. Unperturbed, Dernick swung again, and again. Geryon recognized the rhythm of his friend's strokes. Dernick was not fighting. He was hammering with the age-old precision of a man whose tools are but an extension of his arms. Again and again the glowing hammer crashed into the body of the demon lord. With each blow the sparks flew. Nehaz cringed, trying to shield his body from those awful, shattering strokes. Each time Dernick struck, he roared, "Be gone!" Gradually, like a man splitting a huge rock, he began to hammer Nehaz into pieces. Python-like arms fell writhing into the abyss, and great crater-like holes appeared in the demon's chest. Unable to watch the dreadful work any longer, Geryon averted his eyes. Far below he saw Irvan's throne. The 24 bearers who had carried it had fled, and the mad disciple capered on the rocks howling insanely. Dernick struck again. "Be gone!" And again, "Be gone!" And again, "Be gone!" Beaten beyond endurance, the demon lord Nehaz flinched back, missed his footing, and toppled off the cliff with a howl of rage and despair. Down and down he plunged, glowing with green fire like a streaking comet. As he drove into the earth, one snake-like arm lashed out and caught the last disciple of Torak in a deathly grip. Irvan, shrieking, was pulled along as Nehaz sank into the earth, like a stick into water. When Geryon looked back, Dernick had resumed his normal size. His chest and arms were covered with sweat, and he was breathing hard from his exertions. He held his glowing sledge out at arm's length, and its fire grew brighter and brighter until it was incandescent. Then the fire gradually faded, and the smith was holding a silver amulet in his hand with its chain draped across the backs of his fingers. The voice which had overlain Dernick's during his awful encounter with the demon lord now spoke in no more than a whisper. "Know that this good man is also my beloved disciple, since he was best suited of all of ye for this task." Belgoroth bowed in the direction the voice was coming from. "It shall be as you say, master," he said in a voice thick with emotion. "We welcome him as a brother." Polgara came forward with a look of wonder on her face, and gently took the amulet from Dernick's hand. "How very appropriate," she said softly, looking at the silver disk. She lovingly hung the chain around her husband's neck. Then she kissed him, and held him to her tightly. "Please, Paul," he objected, with flaming cheeks. "They're not alone, you know." She laughed her warm, rich laugh and held him even tighter. Belden was grinning crookedly. "Nice job, brother mine," he said to Dernick. "Hot work, though, I'd imagine." He reached out his hand and took a foaming tankard out of the air and handed it to Aldur's newest disciple. Dernick drank gratefully. Belgoroth clapped him on the shoulder. "It's been a long, long time since we last had a new brother." Then he quickly embraced Dernick.
"Oh,"
Sinedra said with a little catch in her voice.
"That's just beautiful."
Wordlessly, Velvet handed her the wispy little handkerchief.
"What is that on his amulet?"
the blonde girl asked, sounding just a bit awed. "It is a hammer," Belgarath told her. "What else could it be?"
"If I might make a suggestion, Ancient One," Sadi said diffidently, "the armies down there on the plains seem to be in a state of total confusion. Wouldn't this be an excellent time to depart, before they regain their wits?"
"My thought exactly," Silk approved, putting his hand on the eunuch's shoulder.
"They're right, Belgarath," Belden agreed. "We've done what we were sent here to do. Or Dernick has, at least."
The hunchback sighed and looked over the edge of the cliff.
"I really wanted to kill Irvon myself," he said. "But I suppose this is even better. I hope he enjoys his sojourn in hell."
A shrill laugh suddenly came from the top of the ridge, a laugh of triumph. Gerion whirled, then stopped, frozen with surprise. Atop the ridge stood the black-robed figure of the Sorceress of Darshiva. Beside her stood a blond little boy. Gerion's features had changed in the year, and more, since he had been abducted, but Gerion knew him instantly.
"Ye have done my work well,"
Zandramas declared.
"I myself could not have found a more fitting end for Torak's last disciple. Now, child of light, only thou standest between me and Thrag-Sardius. I will await thy coming in the place which is no more. There shalt thou be a witness when I raise up a new god over Angorak, whose dominion over the world shall endure until the end of days."
Gerion reached out his hand imploringly to Senedra, but then he and Zandramas vanished.
"How remarkable,"
the she-wolf said in surprise. Here ends Book 4 of the Malloreon. Book 5, The Sorceress of Kel, will take up the final result of the War of Destinies, and of the people involved.